Hey everyone, welcome back to Dark Harry. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Wednesday Addams Discovered the Chamber of Secrets Before Harry. The Basilisk obeyed her. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Girl Who Loved Death. You're sure about this, Wednesday? Gomez Addams asked, his mustache twitching with excitement as he handed his daughter the acceptance letter for the third time that morning. England is so dreary and conventional. Nothing like the vibrant darkness of our home. Wednesday Addams snatched the parchment from her father's hand, her braided black pigtails swinging with the motion. Father, Hogwarts has a dungeon, a forest full of dangerous creatures, and a history of student deaths. I've never been more certain of anything. The 11-year-old's deadpan delivery made Morticia smile proudly from where she lounged on the living room chaise, stroking her Venus flytrap. Our little raven, off to learn proper magic. I only wish they hadn't banned blood sacrifices from the curriculum in the 1800s. Such a pity. Wednesday tucked the letter into her black dress pocket. I'll find ways to compensate for the educational gaps. That's my girl. Gomez exclaimed, pulling out his wand, rarely used but well-maintained, and sending a shower of black sparks across the room that made things scurry back into his box. The Addams legacy at Hogwarts continues. Did I ever tell you about the time your great-aunt Calpurnia convinced the house elves to serve live octopus at the Halloween feast? Only 17 times, Wednesday replied, picking up her pet spider, Homer, and placing him on her shoulder. I've already packed my shrinking heads and voodoo dolls. Pugsley, her brother, appeared in the doorway with a stick of dynamite. Can I blow up your trunk before you go? Just as a goodbye present? No, Wednesday said flatly. But you can test my new scorpion collection. I need to know if the stingers have been properly enhanced before I take them to school. Pugsley's face lit up. Deal. Morticia rose gracefully from her seat. Wednesday, darling, remember, when the other children scream and run from you, they're paying me a compliment, Wednesday finished. I know, Mother. The Addams family has a proud magical tradition, Gomez announced, throwing his arm around his daughter's thin shoulders. Though we've always preferred our own, unconventional methods over formal education. But times change. Besides, your mother and I met when I accidentally turned her brother into a three-headed cobra during transfiguration class. It was love at first bite, Morticia added dreamily. Wednesday allowed herself the faintest hint of a smile. I've read all the assigned books twice. The restricted sections were the most informative. How did you access the restricted sections? Lurch groaned from his position by the grandfather clock. Wednesday simply stared at him. I have my methods. The journey to platform 9 3/4 was uneventful, if you didn't count Gomez dueling a parking attendant for sport, Pugsley attempting to derail the train as a going-away present, or Grandmama slipping potions into the coffee of unsuspecting muggles. For the Addams family, this qualified as uneventful. Standing before the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Wednesday watched a red-headed family disappear through the wall ahead of them. Want me to throw you through, cara mia? Gomez asked enthusiastically. That won't be necessary, Wednesday replied, pushing her trolley forward with determination. She moved at a deliberate pace, not running but not hesitating either, and passed through the barrier with practiced ease. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet on the other side, steam billowing around the platform packed with students and parents. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and the occasional toad made a break for freedom while harried parents shouted last-minute instructions. Wednesday took it all in with a critical eye. Disappointing lack of vultures, she noted as her family materialized behind her. We could send Ichabod for visits, Morticia suggested, referring to the family's pet vulture. He does so enjoy delivering unpleasant surprises. The whistle blew, and suddenly the platform was a flurry of goodbyes. Unlike the tearful hugs happening around them, the Addams family farewell involved Gomez presenting Wednesday with a small black box. A little going-away gift, he said with a wink. From the family vault. Wednesday opened it to reveal an ancient-looking silver locket with a serpentine design. 18th-century poison container, she identified immediately. With some enhancements, Morticia added. The original owner used it to eliminate 3 husbands and a particularly persistent door-to-door salesman. Wednesday slipped it around her neck. Thank you. I'll use it wisely. With a final nod to her family, she boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the back. She settled in, placing Homer's cage on the seat beside her and pulling out an ancient, leather-bound book titled, Magical Maladies Most Malignant. The compartment door slid open a few minutes later, revealing a girl with straggly blonde hair and large, protuberant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised look. Hello, the girl said dreamily. May I join you? The other compartments are full of raxperts. Wednesday studied her for a moment. What's a raxpert? They're invisible creatures that float through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy, the girl explained, as if this were common knowledge. I'm Luna Lovegood. Wednesday Addams. You may sit if you don't mind spiders and don't talk excessively. Luna smiled serenely and took the seat opposite Wednesday. I like spiders. They weave dreams into their webs, you know. Instead of responding to this curious statement, Wednesday returned to her book. To her surprise, Luna pulled out a magazine called The Quibbler and began reading it upside down, seemingly content with the silence. Their peaceful arrangement was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again, revealing a boy with slick-back platinum blonde hair, flanked by 2 larger boys who resembled junior trolls. First years should be sitting together at the front, the blonde boy announced with an air of authority. I'm Draco Malfoy. My father's on the school board. Wednesday didn't look up from her book. How unfortunate for the school. Draco's pale face flushed pink. Do you know who you're talking to? Someone who hasn't mastered the art of introducing himself without mentioning his father, Wednesday replied flatly. Luna giggled behind her magazine. Draco's eyes narrowed as he finally took in Wednesday's all-black attire, pale skin, and the spider now crawling along the edge of her book. You must be the Addams girl. My father mentioned your family would be joining this year. Americans. He said the word like it tasted bad. Your observational skills are overwhelming, Wednesday deadpanned. Was there something specific you wanted, or did you just come to practice your introductions? The 2 larger boys cracked their knuckles menacingly, but Draco held up a hand to stop them. His expression shifted to a calculating smile. Actually, I came to offer friendship. The right sort of families should stick together at Hogwarts. I could help you, adjust. Wednesday finally closed her book and fixed Draco with her unblinking stare. I adjust like a strangler fig, slowly enveloping everything around me until I've consumed all available resources. Draco blinked, momentarily thrown. Right. Well. When you're sorted into Slytherin, find me. After he left with his entourage, Luna lowered her magazine. That was funny. Most people try to impress Draco because his family is rich and powerful. I'm not most people, Wednesday said, reopening her book. And I'm not impressed by people who define themselves by their ancestors. The Addams family has a saying, we gladly feast on those who would subdue us. Luna nodded thoughtfully. My father says something similar about heliopaths. The rest of the journey passed with minimal interruption. Wednesday purchased nothing from the trolley which, instead producing a small bag of what appeared to be jerky from her pocket. Would you like some? She offered Luna. It's crocodile heart. High in iron. Luna accepted a piece with genuine interest. My father and I once tried to make dirigible plum jerky. It kept floating away during the drying process. By the time they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Wednesday had decided that Luna Lovegood was tolerable, possibly the highest compliment she'd ever mentally assigned to a peer. As they disembarked, a booming voice called, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Wednesday looked up, at Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper waving a lantern above the crowd. "No more and 4 to a boat." Hagrid called once he'd gathered the first years. Wednesday and Luna found themselves sharing a boat with a bushy-haired girl who immediately introduced herself as Hermione Granger and began rattling off facts about Hogwarts from Hogwarts, a history. The fourth occupant, a nervous-looking boy named Neville, clutched a toad and seemed terrified every time Wednesday glanced his way. As their little fleet glided across the Black Lake, Wednesday trailed her fingers in the water. "I wonder what lives in the depths," she mused. "Something with tentacles, I hope." "There's a giant squid," Hermione informed her promptly. "And mere people, though they're not friendly to humans." "Few intelligent species are," Wednesday replied. "It shows good judgment." When Hogwarts Castle came into view, rising majestically against the night sky with windows blazing like eyes in the darkness, even Wednesday felt a momentary stir of appreciation. "It looks like a proper haunted castle," she said with approval. "It is haunted," Hermione supplied eagerly. "There are at least 20 documented ghosts." Wednesday's dark eyes gleamed. "Perfect." The sorting ceremony began after they were led into the Great Hall. Wednesday barely listened to the Sorting Hat's song, instead scanning the enchanted ceiling and the faculty table with calculated interest. Her gaze lingered on a hook-nosed professor dressed entirely in black, whose expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else, a sentiment Wednesday could appreciate. Names were called alphabetically, placing Wednesday near the front of the line. "Addams, Wednesday." Whispers followed her as she walked to the stool. Her reputation, or at least her family's, had preceded her. Did she say Addams? The American Dark Wizards? My mum says they practice blood magic. Look at her, definitely a Slytherin. Wednesday sat on the stool, face impassive as the hat was placed on her head. "Well, well," said a small voice in her ear. "And Addams at Hogwarts again. It's been decades. What an interesting mind you have, analytical, determined, remarkably fearless. You possess loyalty, but only to those who earn it. Cleverness in abundance, but knowledge pursued for specific purpose, not for its own sake. Ambition, yes, though not for conventional rewards. Where to put you? Somewhere with minimal interference and maximum access to dangerous knowledge, Wednesday thought back. The hat seemed to chuckle. Honesty too, I see. There's really only one place for you then, Slytherin. The Slytherin table applauded politely as Wednesday made her way toward them. She noted Draco Malfoy making space beside him and deliberately chose a seat at the far end of the table instead, next to a ghost covered in silver bloodstains. The Bloody Baron, the ghost introduced himself with a rattling of chains. Wednesday Addams. Those bloodstains are impressively preserved for someone dead over 900 years. The Baron's translucent eyebrows rose. Most first-years fear to mention them. Fear is a waste of energy better spent on revenge, Wednesday replied, watching Luna's sorting with mild interest. When Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw, Wednesday felt a flicker of disappointment. She'd found the strange girl's company unexpectedly tolerable. The feast materialized before them, and Wednesday sampled the food cautiously. Acceptable, she concluded after tasting a particularly rare piece of roast beef. Though it could use more hemlock. The prefect sitting across from her choked slightly on his pumpkin juice. As they were led down to the Slytherin dormitories in the dungeons, Wednesday found herself approving of the location. Cold stone walls dripping with condensation, the eerie green light filtering through windows that looked out into the depths of the lake, it had potential. Girls' dormitories through that door, the female prefect announced, pointing. Your trunks have already been brought down. Wednesday found her assigned bed and opened her trunk to retrieve Homer's larger habitat and a few personal items, including a hand-shaped candle holder, a jar containing what appeared to be eyeballs floating in liquid, and a small leather-bound book that she tucked under her pillow. Her roommates, Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and Daphne Greengrass, watched this process with expressions ranging from curiosity to alarm. Are those real? Pansy asked, pointing at the jar. Goat eyes, Wednesday confirmed. Much better than sheep for certain potions. My grandmother prepared them specially for my schooling. Millicent, a large, square-built girl, seemed more impressed than repulsed. My gran only sent me cookies. I could share, Wednesday offered. Though the effects might be unpredictable without proper preparation. Pansy wrinkled her nose. No thanks. I don't associate with weird foreign witches who play with eyeballs. Wednesday shrugged. Your loss. The protein is excellent for growing stronger hair. I noticed yours is somewhat thin at the temples. Pansy's hands flew to her hair as Daphne stifled a laugh. Classes began the next day, and Wednesday quickly established herself as a student of contradictions. In Transfiguration, she mastered the match-to-needle transformation faster than anyone except Hermione Granger, earning a rare nod of approval from Professor McGonagall. In Herbology, she displayed an encyclopedic knowledge of poisonous plants that both impressed and concerned Professor Sprout. It was potions, however, where Wednesday truly excelled. Professor Snape, the hook-nosed teacher she'd noticed at the feast, began the class with a dramatic speech about the subtle art of potion-making. While most students cowered under his intimidating gaze, Wednesday listened with genuine interest. When Snape suddenly barked questions at Harry Potter about bezoars and asphodel, Wednesday silently mouthed the answers, earning a narrowed glance from the professor. Later, as they brewed a simple boil-curing potion, Snape swept through the dungeon criticizing almost everyone. He paused at Wednesday's cauldron, which was simmering with the perfect shade of blue, then frowned at the additional ingredients lined up beside her workspace. Miss Addams, he said silkily, the standard recipe does not call for powdered griffin claw or dried nettle. Wednesday met his gaze without flinching. The griffin claw stabilizes the porcupine quills, reducing the explosive potential by 63%. The nettle intensifies the effect on the damaged tissue, accelerating healing by approximately 14 hours. Snape's eyes narrowed further. And where did you learn these modifications? My grandmother's notebooks. She spent 40 years developing poison antidotes in Salem. A flicker of something, perhaps reluctant respect, crossed Snape's face. 2 points to Slytherin for preparation, Miss Addams. Though in the future, I expect you to follow the assigned recipe unless instructed otherwise. As the first week progressed, Wednesday developed a routine. She attended classes, took meticulous notes, and spent free periods in the library researching topics that rarely aligned with their current lessons. She ate meals quickly and alone, using the time to read. She tolerated her housemates without engaging more than necessary. And at night, she listened. It started on the third night, a faint whisper that seemed to come from within the stone walls themselves. Wednesday sat up in bed, her dark eyes scanning the dormitory where her roommates slept. The sound was too quiet to make out words, but something about it called to her. The next night, she heard it again. This time, she silently slipped out of bed, pulled on her black robe, and followed the sound into the Slytherin common room. The whisper seemed to grow slightly louder near the far wall, then fade away entirely. On the fifth night, Wednesday came prepared. After everyone had fallen asleep, she removed a small vial of green liquid from her trunk. Enhanced hearing potion, she whispered to Homer, who watched from his terrarium. Grandmama's special recipe. 3 drops in each ear, and suddenly the world of sound exploded around her. The breathing of her roommates became loud sighs, the lake water against the windows a rhythmic pounding, and the whisper, now clearly a voice, slithered into focus. Hungry, so hungry, centuries alone, Master promised, blood. Wednesday's eyes widened slightly, the closest she typically came to showing surprise. The voice was speaking Parseltongue, the language of serpents, and somehow, she understood every word. She followed the voice through the castle over the next few nights, using the hearing potion sparingly and developing a mental map of where the sound was strongest. It always faded near the second-floor girls' bathroom, which seemed structurally significant but revealed nothing obvious upon inspection. During this period of nocturnal exploration, Wednesday also began to notice she was being watched. Professor Snape's dark eyes followed her with suspicious interest during meals and in corridors. The caretaker, Filch, seemed to materialize wherever she wandered after hours, forcing her to develop increasingly creative evasion tactics. Most concerning was Draco Malfoy's persistent attention. He had apparently decided that, as fellow Slytherins from old magical families, they should form an alliance. "Addams," he said, cornering her in the common room 2 weeks into term, "you should join us at the Quidditch pitch tomorrow. My father sent me a professional-grade snitch to practice with." "I'm allergic to organized recreation," Wednesday replied, not looking up from the ancient runes textbook she was reading, 3 years above her grade level. "You can't spend all your time reading," Draco insisted. "People are starting to talk. That would concern me if I valued their opinions." Draco lowered his voice. "Look, you're making connections with the wrong sort. I saw you talking to Loony Lovegood in the library yesterday." Wednesday's gaze lifted slowly from her book. "Her name is Luna." "She's a weirdo from a family of crackpots," Draco scoffed. "And I've seen you being almost civil to that know-it-all Granger in potions." "Hermione understands the proper way to extract venom from fire slugs," Wednesday said flatly. "That makes her useful." "She's a mud-blood," Draco spat. Wednesday closed her book with deliberate precision. "I don't subscribe to Wizarding Britain's obsession with blood purity. The Addams family judges people solely by their potential for mayhem, their knowledge of the dark arts, and their tolerance for recreational poisoning." She stood up, tucking the book under her arm. "By those metrics, Draco, you fall short in every category." Leaving him sputtering indignantly, Wednesday headed for the library. She found Luna at their usual table in the back corner, surrounded by books on magical creatures. "Hello, Wednesday," Luna greeted dreamily. "I was just reading about basilisks. Did you know they can live for hundreds of years and kill with a single glance?" Wednesday sat down, suddenly more alert than usual. "Basilisks? Large serpents, correct?" "Oh yes. The king of serpents. They're created by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad, which is why the ministry monitors toad-chicken proximity so carefully." "Fascinating," Wednesday murmured. The voice in the walls had mentioned centuries of isolation. Could it possibly be? Her thoughts were interrupted by Hermione Granger's arrival, arms laden with books. "May I join you?" she asked tentatively. "Everywhere else is full." Wednesday nodded once, and Hermione gratefully deposited her stack of books on the table. "I've been researching magical architectural features," Hermione explained, noticing Wednesday's glance at the titles. "Hogwarts has so many secrets, moving staircases, vanishing steps, rooms that only appear at certain times of day. Hidden chambers," Wednesday suggested casually. Hermione's eyes lit up. "Exactly. There are legends about various founders' secret rooms. Hufflepuff supposedly had a magical greenhouse somewhere on the grounds where she grew plants that could cure any ailment. Gryffindor was rumored to have a private dueling chamber." "And Slytherin?" Wednesday prompted. Hermione hesitated, glancing at Wednesday's green-trimmed robes. "Well, there's the Chamber of Secrets, of course. But that's just a myth." "What's the myth?" Wednesday asked, feigning only mild interest while her mind raced. "Supposedly, Salazar Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle before he left. Legend says it contains a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control, meant to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic." "Muggleborns," Luna clarified, still reading her book upside down. "Yes," Hermione confirmed, looking uncomfortable. "But it's just a story. Headmasters have searched for centuries and never found anything." "Perhaps they weren't looking correctly," Wednesday suggested. That night, Wednesday applied the hearing potion again and followed the serpentine voice to the second-floor bathroom. This time, she brought her wand and a small silver knife that had been a going-away gift from Uncle Fester. The bathroom was empty except for the ghost of a young girl floating near the sinks, sobbing dramatically. "Who are you?" the ghost demanded when she spotted Wednesday. "This is my bathroom. Wednesday Addams." "And you are?" "Myrtle Warren," the ghost sniffled. "But everyone calls me Moaning Myrtle." "Are you here to tease me too?" "No," Wednesday replied honestly. "I'm looking for a snake." Myrtle looked startled. "A snake? Is it poisonous?" "I hope it bites someone important. Then they could haunt this toilet with me." "That's unusually morbid," Wednesday noted with approval. "Did you die here, Myrtle?" "Right over there," Myrtle pointed to a stall. 50 years ago. I saw big yellow eyes by that sink, and then, poof, dead as a doorknob." Wednesday's pulse quickened slightly. "Yellow eyes? Like a serpent's?" "I don't know," Myrtle wailed. "I just died. It was all very traumatic." Wednesday approached the sink Myrtle had indicated. It looked ordinary, except, there, on the side of one tap, was a tiny engraved snake, so small and worn it was barely visible. On instinct, Wednesday focused on the snake and whispered, "Open." Nothing happened. She frowned, then concentrated harder, imagining the snake was real. "Open," she tried again, but the word came out as a soft hiss, the language of snakes. The tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. The sink itself moved, sinking out of sight to reveal a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide into. "Wicked," Wednesday breathed, one of the few times she'd ever expressed genuine enthusiasm. Myrtle floated closer, eyes wide behind her spectacles. "What did you do? What's down there?" "History," Wednesday replied. "And my new friend." Without hesitation, she sat at the edge of the pipe and pushed herself forward, sliding down into darkness. The pipe twisted and turned, occasionally branching off in different directions, but Wednesday stayed in the main channel until she was deposited onto a damp stone floor. "Lumos," she whispered, and the tip of her wand illuminated a tunnel stretching ahead. The floor was littered with small animal bones, which Wednesday noted with scientific interest rather than disgust. She followed the tunnel until it ended at a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents, their emerald eyes gleaming in her wand light. "Open," she hissed again, and the serpents parted as the wall cracked open. Wednesday stepped through into an enormous chamber. Stone pillars carved with more serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness. At the far end stood a monumental statue of a wizard with a monkey-like face and a long, thin beard, Salazar Slytherin himself. "Hello." Wednesday called out, her voice echoing. "I know you're here. I've heard you in the walls." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a slithering sound reached her ears, growing louder until a massive shape emerged from the statue's mouth, a serpent larger than Wednesday could have imagined, its scales a poisonous green, its body as thick as an oak trunk. The basilisk lowered its head toward her, yellow eyes closed. "Speaker," it hissed questioningly. "You are not the heir. But you speak." Wednesday stood her ground. "My name is Wednesday Addams. I followed your voice." "You understood?" The basilisk sounded surprised. "Few can speak the noble tongue without the blood gift." "The Addams family has always had unusual gifts," Wednesday replied. "Why are you here alone?" The basilisk's tongue flicked out, tasting the air near her. "I wait. My purpose is to serve the heir and purge the unworthy. But the last heir commanded me to sleep until called again." "How long ago?" "Many passings of seasons. Many human lifetimes." "You've been alone all this time," Wednesday observed. "That seems wasteful." The basilisk's head tilted slightly. "Wasteful? You're intelligent and powerful. Being used as a weapon against children seems beneath your dignity." This appeared to confuse the ancient serpent. "It is my purpose." "Purpose can change," Wednesday said firmly. My family believes in finding one's true nature, not following outdated instructions. She took a step closer, still looking at the floor rather than directly at the basilisk. May I know your name? There was a long pause. Name? The heir called me servant. That's not a name, Wednesday frowned. Everyone deserves a proper name. The basilisk seemed to consider this. The creator, the one you call Slytherin, he once called me Kairos. Kairos, Wednesday repeated. The ancient Greek concept of the supreme moment. A good name for a king among serpents. You know old words, Kairos hissed with something like approval. You are young but speak with age in your voice. Wednesday reached into her pocket and withdrew a small package wrapped in cloth. I brought something. My cousin Ophelia works with reptiles. She says they enjoy fresh meat more than preserved. She unwrapped the package to reveal a whole raw rabbit. The basilisk's tongue flicked out rapidly. A gift? For me. The confusion in its voice was evident. A gesture of friendship, Wednesday clarified, setting the rabbit on the ground and stepping back. The basilisk struck with lightning speed, swallowing the rabbit whole. Long has it been since I tasted warm flesh freely given. I could bring more, Wednesday offered. And books to read to you. It must be tedious, being alone with your thoughts for centuries. You would return. Without fear. Kairos sounded genuinely puzzled. Humans fear my kind above all others. Fear is irrational when applied to individuals rather than actions, Wednesday replied. You haven't given me reason to fear you. She glanced at her watch. I should return before I'm missed. But I'll come back tomorrow night. The girl who does not fear death, Kairos hissed softly. Yes, return if you wish. It has been lonely. That single admission of vulnerability from such an ancient, powerful creature cemented Wednesday's determination. She had found something at Hogwarts worth her attention at last. As she made her way back through the tunnels and up an alternate passage Kairos had directed her to, one that emerged behind a tapestry on the second floor, Wednesday's mind was already planning what books to bring, what foods to procure from the kitchens, and how to create a more regular visitation schedule. She was so absorbed in these thoughts that she almost walked straight into Professor Snape, who was patrolling the corridor. Miss Addams, he said silkily, wandering the castle at, he checked his pocket watch, 2 a.m. Explain yourself. Wednesday met his gaze steadily. Insomnia, Professor. I find walking helps quiet my thoughts. Indeed, Snape's eyes narrowed. And does this insomnia also explain why you're covered in slime and what appears to be? He reached out and plucked something from her shoulder, a rat bone. Wednesday didn't flinch. I was exploring the lower levels of the castle. History fascinates me. 10 points from Slytherin for being out after curfew, Snape declared. And detention tomorrow evening, cleaning cauldrons without magic. Yes, Professor, Wednesday replied, showing no reaction to the punishment. Snape studied her for a moment longer. Return to your dormitory immediately. And Miss Addams. She paused. Whatever you're investigating, be careful. Hogwarts holds dangers even an Addams might find challenging. Wednesday allowed herself the faintest hint of a smile. The dangerous things should be careful of me, Professor. It's a family tradition. Over the next few weeks, Wednesday established a routine. During the day, she attended classes with increasing disinterest as she found the first-year material too basic for her tastes. She spent free periods in the library with Luna and occasionally Hermione, researching basilisks, Parseltongue, and the history of Salazar Slytherin. At night, she visited Kairos, bringing offerings of food from the kitchens. The house elves, terrified but obedient, provided her with raw meat when she requested it, and reading aloud from various books. The basilisk proved to be highly intelligent and knowledgeable about ancient magic, sharing secrets that had been lost to wizard kind for centuries. The one you call Slytherin was not as history portrays him, Kairos told her one night as she sat cross-legged on the damp chamber floor, a respectful distance from the massive serpent. He feared what Muggles would do to magical children after witnessing burnings and drownings. His methods were harsh, but his concern was protection. History is written by the victorious, Wednesday noted. My family has often been mischaracterized by those who fear what they don't understand. Your blood carries old magic, Kairos observed. I sense it, different from the heir's line, but powerful in its own way. Wednesday considered this. The Addams family has always embraced what others call dark magic. We see no division between light and dark, only power and intent. Wise beyond your years, Kairos hissed approvingly. Tell me more of your family. Wednesday described the Addams mansion, the family graveyard, Uncle Fester's electrical abilities, Grandmama's potions, and Pugsley's explosives expertise. Kairos listened with evident fascination. Your kin would have been welcomed by Slytherin, the Basilisk declared. He valued those who embraced their true nature without shame. As Halloween approached, Wednesday found herself becoming more protective of Kairos and their secret meetings. She worried that the increased activity in the castle might lead someone else to discover the chamber. Her concern grew when she overheard Draco and his cronies discussing the Chamber of Secrets as more than just a legend. Father says Slytherin's monster is real, Draco was telling Crabbe and Goyle in the common room one evening. And that it's meant to rid the school of mudbloods. Wednesday, pretending to read in a nearby chair, listened carefully. What kind of monster? Goyle asked thickly. Father wouldn't say exactly, Draco replied importantly. But he hinted at something only the true heir of Slytherin can control. And that the chamber has been opened before. This caught Wednesday's attention. Kairos had mentioned a last heir who had commanded him to sleep. Could the chamber have been discovered during Myrtle's time at Hogwarts? She needed more information, and she knew just who to ask. The next day, Wednesday sought out moaning Myrtle in her bathroom. Hello, Myrtle, she greeted the ghost, who was floating above her usual toilet. Oh, it's you, Myrtle said, sounding less miserable than usual. Come to visit poor, forgotten Myrtle? Or just using my bathroom as your secret passageway again? I wanted to ask you about how you died, Wednesday said directly. You mentioned yellow eyes, but what else do you remember? Myrtle seemed pleased by the attention. Well, I was crying in here because Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses. Then I heard someone come in, a boy's voice. I opened the stall door to tell him to go away, and then. She shuddered dramatically, I saw big yellow eyes, right over there by that sink. And then my body just seized up, and I floated away. A boy's voice. Wednesday pressed. Did you see him? Did he speak strangely, like hissing? Myrtle frowned in concentration. I didn't see his face. But he was speaking funny, now that you mention it. Like he was talking to someone, but not in normal words. Parseltongue, Wednesday murmured. He was talking to Kairos. Who's Kairos? Myrtle asked curiously. Wednesday ignored the question. When exactly did this happen, Myrtle? June 13, 1943, Myrtle replied promptly. I remember because it was my death day. 50 years ago last summer. Wednesday's mind raced. Someone had opened the chamber in 1943 and used Kairos to kill Myrtle, accidentally or intentionally. That person must have been the last heir, Kairos mentioned. But who? That night, she brought her questions to Kairos directly. The heir who last commanded you, she began without preamble, settling into her usual spot on the chamber floor. Who was he? Kairos's massive head lowered slightly. A boy with darkness in him. He called himself Tom Riddle, though he spoke of other names he would take. He found the chamber and awakened me after centuries of sleep. What did he command you to do? To hunt those without magic blood, Kairos admitted. I obeyed, as I was bound to do. One died, a girl with seeing glasses. After that, he feared the school would close, so he commanded me to sleep again until he or his blood returned to awaken me. Wednesday frowned. Tom Riddle. The name seems familiar. She'd been bringing a journal to record her conversations with Kairos and their discoveries of ancient magic. Now she flipped through it, stopping at a page of notes from her research on Hogwarts history. Here, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hogwarts student 1938 to 1945. Prefect, head boy, received an award for special services to the school in 1943. She looked up. The same year Myrtle died. He must have framed someone else for opening the chamber. The heir was clever, Kairos acknowledged. And hungry for power beyond his years. What happened to him? I do not know. He never returned to me. Wednesday made another note in her journal. I need to find out who Tom Riddle became. As she was leaving the chamber that night, a thought occurred to her. Kairos, can you move through the entire castle through the pipes? Yes, little speaker. The Creator built passages for me to reach all parts of the castle. Could you show me these passages? Create a map, perhaps. The basilisk's tongue flicked thoughtfully. I cannot draw as humans do, but I could guide you through them. Better, Wednesday decided. Next time, we'll explore together. Over the following week, Wednesday began mapping the secret passages with Kairos's guidance. The basilisk would describe a route, and Wednesday would explore it, creating detailed diagrams in her journal. These explorations proved invaluable for avoiding detection during her nighttime wanderings. During one such exploration, she discovered a hidden room off the third-floor corridor that contained old school records. Searching through them, she found a class photo from 1943 with Tom Riddle identified as a fifth-year Slytherin prefect, a handsome boy with dark hair and calculating eyes. As she studied the photo, the pieces began falling into place. Tom Riddle, heir of Slytherin, who opened the chamber and controlled Kairos. Who disappeared after Hogwarts and, according to her research, hadn't been heard from since. A powerful, ambitious dark wizard who vanished decades ago. Voldemort, she whispered, the connection suddenly clear. The timing fit. The abilities fit. The ambition fit. This revelation made her even more protective of Kairos. If Tom Riddle had become Lord Voldemort, and if the rumors of his continued existence were true, he might someday return to reclaim his monster. Wednesday had no intention of letting that happen. On Halloween night, while the rest of the school feasted in the Great Hall, Wednesday made her way to the chamber with a special offering for Kairos, a whole roast goat she'd convinced the house elves to prepare under the pretense of a traditional Addams family Halloween ritual. Happy Samhain, she greeted the basilisk, unwrapping the feast. Kairos's tongue flicked excitedly. You honor the old ways. Few wizards remember. My family preserves many ancient traditions, Wednesday replied, watching as the basilisk devoured the offering. We recognize the thinning of barriers between worlds on this night. After Kairos had finished eating, Wednesday shared her discovery about Tom Riddle's true identity. This explains much, Kairos hissed thoughtfully. The heir's ambition was limitless. If he has indeed become this Lord Voldemort your world fears, he may someday seek to reclaim me. I won't let that happen, Wednesday said firmly. You're not a weapon to be used. You speak as if you have claim over me, Kairos noted, but without anger. Yet you are not of Slytherin's blood. Wednesday met the basilisk's gaze unflinchingly, a trust exercise they developed, with Kairos keeping his deadly stare partially lidded to prevent harm. I make no claim of ownership, she clarified. Only of friendship. Friendship, Kairos repeated the word as if tasting it. A strange concept between predator and prey. We're both predators, Wednesday corrected. Of different kinds, perhaps, but kindred spirits nonetheless. Their conversation was interrupted by a distant commotion echoing down through the pipes, shouting voices from somewhere in the castle above. Something's happening, Wednesday frowned. I should investigate. She made her way quickly through the passage that led to the second floor and emerged near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The corridor was crowded with students and teachers, all staring at something on the wall. Wednesday edged through the crowd until she could see what had captured everyone's attention. Written on the wall in what appeared to be blood were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Hanging beneath the message was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, stiff as a board but not dead, petrified. Whispers rippled through the crowd as Dumbledore examined the cat. Wednesday's mind raced. Someone else had discovered the chamber, or was pretending to have done so. But Kairos had been with her all evening. The basilisk couldn't have petrified Mrs. Norris. "All students will return to their dormitories immediately," Dumbledore announced. "Prefects, lead your houses." As the crowd dispersed, Wednesday caught sight of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger being held back by Professors McGonagall and Snape. They'd been found at the scene, apparently. In the Slytherin common room, speculation ran wild. "The Chamber of Secrets," Draco crowed. "Father said it might be opened again in my time here. The Mudbloods won't be safe now." Wednesday observed silently from her corner as the Slytherins celebrated what they assumed would be a purge of Muggleborns from the school. Their ignorance of what was really happening, of who was really in the chamber, would have been amusing if it weren't so potentially dangerous for Kairos. She needed to figure out who was behind the message and the petrification. If someone else had found a way into the chamber, or was using another entrance she hadn't discovered, Kairos could be in danger. Worse, if they were using another basilisk or some other means to petrify people while claiming to be the heir, Kairos would be blamed. The next day, rumors spread that Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin. Wednesday found this unlikely given what she knew about Riddle's transformation into Voldemort and Potter's history with the Dark Lord. Besides, she'd spent enough time observing Potter to know he lacked both the cunning and the darkness typical of Slytherin's line. More interesting was the reaction from the faculty. Lockhart, the preening defense against the dark arts teacher, boasted he'd known all along where the chamber was located. McGonagall looked perpetually worried. Dumbledore seemed grave but not panicked, suggesting he knew more than he was letting on. Most telling was Snape's behavior. He watched Potter with suspicion, but his gaze also frequently turned to Wednesday herself, as if assessing whether she might be involved. In potions class that week, Snape kept her after the bell. "Miss Addams," he began once they were alone, "your nocturnal wanderings have not gone unnoticed." Wednesday said nothing, waiting. "Professor Dumbledore has asked me to remind all Slytherin students to report any unusual activity or knowledge pertaining to recent events." "By events, you mean the message about the Chamber of Secrets and the petrified cat," Wednesday clarified. "Precisely," Snape's eyes narrowed. "Your family's reputation precedes you, Miss Addams. Some might wonder if you have special knowledge of Slytherin's legacy." Wednesday considered her options carefully. Denying everything would only increase suspicion. A partial truth might be more effective. "I've been researching the chamber since I arrived at Hogwarts," she admitted. "It's the kind of history the Addams family appreciates. But I had nothing to do with the message or Mrs. Norris." Snape studied her for a long moment. "Be that as it may, I would advise you to confine your research to the library from now on. These are dangerous times at Hogwarts, even for those who believe themselves untouchable." "Thank you for your concern, Professor," Wednesday replied, her face expressionless. "One more thing, Miss Addams," Snape added as she turned to leave. "If you should happen to discover anything relevant to these events, I expect you to come to me immediately. Is that clear?" "Perfectly clear, Professor." That night, Wednesday snuck down to the chamber with even more caution than usual. She needed to warn Kairos about the developments and devise a plan to identify the real culprit. "Someone is attempting to frame you," she explained after relating the events to the Basilisk. "They've petrified a cat and left a message claiming the chamber has been opened." "Impossible," Kairos hissed indignantly. "Only my gaze can petrify, and I have not left this chamber except through the pipes you know of, always with closed eyes. Could there be another basilisk in the castle? Wednesday asked. No, Kairos was definitive. I would sense another of my kind. And basilisks kill with their gaze. We do not merely petrify unless the victim sees the reflection rather than direct eye contact. Which means whatever petrified Mrs. Norris was not a basilisk, Wednesday concluded. Someone's using another method and blaming Slytherin's monster. But why? To create fear. To target specific people. Or, Wednesday's eyes narrowed, to eventually reveal and kill you, claiming they've defeated Slytherin's monster and becoming a hero. Kairos's massive head lowered until it was level with Wednesday. You believe I am in danger, little speaker? I believe we both are, she replied. We need to find who's responsible before they cause more harm and lead others to discover you. Over the next weeks, Wednesday implemented a plan. First, she used her growing knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages to set magical trip wires that would alert her if anyone used the hidden entrances near the chamber. Then she began tracking the movements of suspicious individuals, including Lockhart, whose bravado seemed calculated to hide something, and surprisingly, Ginny Weasley, a first-year Gryffindor who had been acting strangely since Halloween. Wednesday also enlisted help, in her own way. Luna, she said during one of their library sessions, if you wanted to petrify something without using a basilisk, how would you do it? Luna didn't even blink at the unusual question. Well, there's Gorgon's blood, but that's very rare. Or a Medusa potion, but that's temporary. The most effective would be the petrification hex, but that's advanced dark magic. Why do you ask? Academic curiosity, Wednesday replied. Also, have you noticed anything unusual about Ginny Weasley lately? Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. She does seem different from when we were children. Quieter. Sometimes she writes in a diary and doesn't respond when I talk to her. The nargles around her have multiplied significantly. Nargles aside, the diary interests me, Wednesday noted. When did she get it? I'm not sure. I first saw it on the train to Hogwarts, I think. This information added another piece to the puzzle Wednesday was assembling. A diary, possibly magical. A first year acting strangely. Petrifications mimicking basilisk attacks. The Chamber of Secrets supposedly opened. Her suspicions grew when a first-year Gryffindor boy, Colin Creevey, was found petrified outside the hospital wing a week later. The school was now in a state of high alert, with students traveling in groups and accusations flying. They're saying Harry Potter is attacking Muggleborns, Hermione told Wednesday in a hushed voice during one of their library sessions. But that's ridiculous. Harry would never. People find comfort in simple explanations, Wednesday replied. Potter is an easy target because he speaks Parseltongue. Hermione's eyes widened. How did you know that? It just happened yesterday during the dueling club. Wednesday cursed inwardly at her slip. News travels fast in Slytherin House. Well, it doesn't mean anything, Hermione insisted. Lots of wizards have probably spoken Parseltongue without being the heir of Slytherin. Like who? Wednesday asked, genuinely curious if Hermione had researched this. Well. I'm still looking into that, Hermione admitted. But Harry isn't attacking anyone. We're trying to figure out who is. We. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Hermione bit her lip, clearly regretting sharing too much. Just, some friends and I. Wednesday decided to take a calculated risk. The attacks don't make sense for a basilisk. A basilisk's gaze kills instantly. Petrification only occurs through indirect contact, like a reflection. Hermione stared at her. How do you know so much about basilisks? I read, Wednesday said simply. And my family has a history with unusual creatures. Later that day, Wednesday observed Ginny Weasley in the Great Hall during lunch. The girl was writing in a small black book, her expression oddly blank. When another student accidentally bumped her, Ginny seemed to snap out of a trance, looking confused about where she was. That night, Wednesday shared her observations with Kairos. "A diary that possesses," the Basilisk hissed thoughtfully. "This reminds me of the heir, of Tom Riddle. He always carried a black book, writing in it often." Wednesday's eyes narrowed. If Riddle became Voldemort, and if some piece of him remained in that diary, he could be using the girl to continue his work, Kairos concluded. To finish what he started 50 years ago. "I need to get that diary," Wednesday decided. The opportunity came sooner than expected. The next day, Wednesday overheard Potter and his friends discussing how someone had ransacked Potter's dormitory and stolen a diary, the same diary Ginny had apparently thrown away after some frightening experience with it. "Now someone else has Riddle's diary," Wednesday murmured to herself. The situation was escalating. That evening, she was studying in the library when she noticed Hermione slip something into her bag that looked suspiciously like a hand mirror. As Hermione hurried out, Wednesday made a split-second decision to follow her. She tracked Hermione through the corridors, staying far enough behind to avoid detection. When Hermione turned a corner near the library, Wednesday heard a strange slithering sound from the pipes in the wall, different from Kairos's movement, more mechanical somehow. "Stop!" Wednesday called out, breaking into a run. "Hermione, wait!" But she was too late. As she rounded the corner, she found Hermione frozen in place, petrified, her hand still extended holding the small mirror. And reflected in the mirror was not a basilisk, but a pair of glowing red eyes that vanished as Wednesday watched. This was not Kairos's work. This was something, or someone, else, using the legend of Slytherin's monster as cover. The school was thrown into panic after Hermione's petrification. Security measures increased, students were escorted between classes, and rumors flew about the imminent closure of Hogwarts if the attacks continued. Wednesday used the chaos to her advantage, spending more time in the chamber with Kairos, away from prying eyes. Together, they developed a theory: Tom Riddle's diary was somehow enchanted to possess its owner, allowing Riddle to control them and access some form of magic that mimicked a basilisk's petrification ability. But why? Wednesday wondered aloud, pacing the chamber floor. Why petrify students instead of killing them outright? And why frame the basilisk? Perhaps he cannot kill through the girl, Kairos suggested. Or perhaps he builds towards something greater, a full return, requiring life force or sacrifice. The basilisk's words sent a chill through Wednesday, a sensation she usually only experienced with pleasure. "We need to find who has the diary now," she decided. "Before they can be fully possessed." Her vigilance was rewarded a few nights later when she observed Ginny Weasley sleepwalking through the corridors, her expression vacant, a familiar black book clutched to her chest. Wednesday followed at a distance as Ginny made her way to the second-floor bathroom, the entrance to the chamber. "Open," Ginny hissed in Parseltongue, and the sinks began to move. Wednesday waited until Ginny had descended, then followed. Instead of taking her usual path to the main chamber, she used one of the side tunnels Kairos had shown her, allowing her to observe without being seen. Ginny walked trance-like into the chamber where, to Wednesday's surprise, Kairos was already waiting. "Great Slytherin's servant," Ginny said, but the voice was deeper, masculine, not her own. "I have returned for you, as promised." Kairos remained still, yellow eyes carefully lidded. "Who addresses me?" "You know me," not Ginny replied. "I am the heir of Slytherin, your master. I am Lord Voldemort, once known as Tom Riddle." "The heir returns," Kairos acknowledged. "Yet you come in borrowed flesh." "A temporary measure," Riddle said through Ginny. "This foolish girl has been pouring her soul into my diary all year, giving me strength. Soon I will drain her completely and return in my own body. Then we shall finish Salazar's noble work together." Wednesday had heard enough. She stepped from the shadows, wand raised. "That won't be happening, Riddle." Ginny's head snapped toward her, eyes widening in surprise. "Who dares interfere?" Wednesday Addams, she replied calmly, moving to stand beside Kairos. And you're using stolen power to control what isn't yours. Riddle laughed using Ginny's mouth, a chilling sound. Another little girl playing with forces beyond her understanding. How did you find this place? No matter, you'll die here like the other. I don't think so, Wednesday said, placing a hand on Kairos's scales. You see, Kairos and I have come to an arrangement. Kairos? Riddle's borrowed face contorted with confusion. You named my basilisk. I recognized his personhood, Wednesday corrected. Something you failed to do. Enough of this nonsense, Riddle spat. Kill her, he commanded the basilisk in Parseltongue. Kill them both. Kairos didn't move. Riddle's expression darkened. I am the heir of Slytherin. You will obey me. I choose my own path now, Kairos replied. This girl speaker has shown me respect where you showed only domination. Fury contorted Ginny's features as Riddle realized his control was slipping. Impossible. The binding magic was broken, Wednesday finished for him, when I performed the ritual of mutual recognition 3 weeks ago. Kairos is bound to no one now. This was a calculated bluff, there had been no formal ritual, only their growing friendship, but Wednesday had researched enough about magical bindings to make it sound convincing. Then I'll kill you myself, Riddle snarled, raising Ginny's wand. Before he could cast, Wednesday flicked her own wand. Expelliarmus. Ginny's wand flew from her hand, clattering across the chamber floor. Wednesday followed immediately with Incarcerus, binding Ginny with magical ropes. Release me. Riddle demanded, struggling against the bindings. I don't think so, Wednesday replied coolly. Now, how to separate you from Ginny and that diary? She approached cautiously, noting how Ginny's eyes flickered between their normal brown and an unnatural red, Riddle fighting for control. Kairos, Wednesday called, can you sense where the diary is? The basilisk's tongue flicked out. Inside her robes, against her heart. Wednesday knelt beside the bound girl. I'm going to remove the diary, Ginny. Fight him. As she reached for Ginny's robes, the girl's face contorted with rage. Touch me and she dies. I've taken too much of her life force already, if you separate us now, she'll perish. Wednesday hesitated, assessing whether this was truth or manipulation. Kairos? He lies, the basilisk hissed. The girl lives still, though weakened. But his power grows with each passing moment. Making a decision, Wednesday reached into Ginny's robes and extracted the small black diary. The moment it left contact with Ginny, the girl gasped and went limp, while the diary itself grew hot in Wednesday's hand. You cannot destroy me, Riddle's voice now seemed to come from the book itself. I am preserved through the darkest magic, magic beyond your childish comprehension. Dark magic doesn't frighten an Addams, Wednesday replied. We embrace it. She placed the diary on the chamber floor and pulled out Uncle Fester's silver knife. But we also know how to counter it. No mere blade can harm me, Riddle's voice mocked. This isn't a mere blade, Wednesday explained, examining the knife's gleaming edge. It's been soaked in a solution of nightshade, belladonna, and basilisk venom freely given. She glanced at Kairos, who nodded in confirmation. This was true, she had been experimenting with Kairos's venom for weeks, after the basilisk had willingly provided a small amount for her research. Impossible, Riddle's voice faltered. Basilisks serve only the air, apparently not, Wednesday interrupted, and without further ceremony, plunged the knife into the diary. The book screamed, a high, terrible sound that echoed throughout the chamber. Black ink poured from its pages like blood, pooling on the stone floor. A ghostly figure began to emerge from the diary, a handsome young man with dark hair, before dissolving into wisps of smoke as the diary continued to bleed. When the screaming finally stopped, the chamber fell silent except for Ginny's shallow breathing. Wednesday knelt beside the unconscious girl and checked her pulse. She'll live, she announced to Kairos. But she needs medical attention. You have defeated the heir, Kairos observed, slithering closer. Something I could not do. You were bound by old magic, Wednesday replied, cutting away Ginny's restraints with a flick of her wand. It wasn't your fault. What happens now, little speaker? Kairos asked. Wednesday considered the question carefully. Now we have a choice. I could take Ginny to the hospital wing, explain everything, and reveal your existence. The school would either kill you or relocate you, neither option appealing. The basilisk remained silent, waiting. Or, Wednesday continued, I could take Ginny to the hospital wing, claim I found her collapsed near Myrtle's bathroom, and keep our secret. You remain here, safe, and we continue our arrangement. You would lie for me. I would protect my friend, Wednesday corrected. But we would need to be more careful. Perhaps establish some ground rules about your movement through the pipes. Kairos's massive head lowered until it was level with Wednesday. You are strange for a human, Wednesday Addams. But I find I prefer your strangeness to what passes for normal among your kind. That's possibly the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, Wednesday replied with the barest hint of a smile. Using a levitation charm, she carefully lifted Ginny's unconscious form. I'll return after I've delivered her to the hospital wing. We have much to discuss about the future. As she navigated the tunnels back toward the castle proper, Wednesday reflected on the unlikely turn her first year at Hogwarts had taken. She'd arrived expecting boredom interspersed with occasional magical instruction. Instead, she'd found friendship with an ancient basilisk, thwarted the memory of the Dark Lord, and discovered secrets of Hogwarts that had remained hidden for centuries. Mother and father would be so proud. Later that night, after successfully delivering Ginny to Madame Pomfrey with a story about finding her collapsed in a bathroom, Wednesday returned to the chamber for a final conversation with Kairos before curfew. The girl will recover, the basilisk asked. Yes. And when she wakes, she'll have only fragmented memories of her possession. With the diary destroyed, Riddle's influence is gone. And the other petrified students? They'll be revived once the mandrakes mature, Wednesday explained. Everyone will assume the monster is gone, and Hogwarts will return to normal, or what passes for normal at a magical school. While I remain hidden, Kairos concluded. For now, Wednesday agreed. But I've been thinking about your future. About our future. What do you mean, little speaker? Wednesday sat cross-legged on the chamber floor, her pale face illuminated by wand light. Keeping you locked away seems wasteful. You're intelligent, powerful, and have centuries of knowledge. There must be a better purpose for you than waiting in darkness. What purpose would you suggest? I'm not sure yet, Wednesday admitted. But I have ideas. The summer will give me time to research. Perhaps there's a way to modify your gaze, to control its deadly effect. A fascinating proposition, Kairos hissed thoughtfully. In all my centuries, no one has considered my existence beyond as a weapon or a monster. The Addams family specializes in seeing beyond conventional limitations, Wednesday replied. Besides, I promised to bring you books and company. I keep my promises. As she reluctantly prepared to leave for the night, Wednesday made one final commitment, I'll return next year, Kairos. With a better plan for both of us. The basilisk's tongue flicked out gently, almost touching her hand in what Wednesday recognized as a gesture of trust. I will wait for you, Wednesday Addams. The chamber will remain your secret. In the weeks that followed, Hogwarts gradually returned to normal. The petrified victims were revived once the Mandrake restorative draft was completed. Ginny Weasley recovered from her ordeal, though she remained withdrawn and troubled by fragments of memory she couldn't fully piece together. Dumbledore watched Wednesday with increased interest, particularly after she submitted an advanced research proposal on magical creature rights for her second-year independent study. Snape, too, seemed to regard her with a mixture of suspicion and reluctant respect, especially when her first-year potions work proved exceptional. On the train ride home, Wednesday shared a compartment with Luna, who was reading the Quibbler upside down as usual. "You seem different, Wednesday," Luna observed dreamily. "Less lonely." Wednesday raised an eyebrow. "I was never lonely." "Everyone's lonely sometimes," Luna replied. "Even those who prefer solitude. But you found something at Hogwarts that speaks to you. I can tell." Rather than deny it, Wednesday simply nodded. "Perhaps I have." As the Hogwarts Express steamed toward London, Wednesday opened her journal and continued her notes on basilisk venom properties, spell modifications for Parseltongue incantations, and potential legal precedents for magical creature personhood. Next year would be even more interesting. After all, she had a basilisk to protect, ancient magic to uncover, and a castle full of secrets still to explore. For the first time in her life, Wednesday Addams was actually looking forward to returning to school. Chapter 2, Heir to Darkness. The summer at the Addams family mansion had been wonderfully dreadful. Wednesday had spent most of it researching basilisks, experimenting with exotic poisons in Grandmama's kitchen, and documenting her findings about the Chamber of Secrets in a new journal, this one with a lock enchanted to bite unauthorized fingers. "You've been unusually focused, Wednesday," Morticia observed one evening as her daughter dissected a rare venomous toad at the dinner table. "School seems to have had a positive effect on you." "I made a friend," Wednesday replied without looking up from her specimen. "A friend?" Gomez dropped the dagger he'd been balancing on his nose. "Capital news. What delightful peculiarities do they possess? Scales? Extra limbs? A thirst for human blood?" Wednesday paused, considering how much to reveal. "All of the above, actually." "Oh, darling, how wonderful." Morticia clasped her hands together. "And their name?" "Kairos." "Ah, Greek!" Gomez exclaimed. "The moment of decision when time stands still. Magnificent choice for a creature of power." Pugsley looked up from the small bomb he was assembling beside his plate. "Is it true you killed someone at Hogwarts? The letters from your head of house were very vague." "I destroyed a memory of a person preserved in a diary that was possessing another student," Wednesday clarified. "Technically not a killing, though it did scream satisfyingly when I stabbed it." "Our little executioner," Morticia said proudly, passing the plate of roasted bat wings. "You must tell us more about this chamber you discovered. Your father and I are considering a visit to Hogwarts this year." Wednesday nearly dropped her scalpel, a rare break in her composure. "You're visiting Hogwarts?" "We've been corresponding with your headmaster," Gomez explained, twirling his mustache. "Fascinating man, Dumbledore. Did you know he collects Muggle knitting patterns? Reminds me of cousin ITT in his experimental phase. As American magical families with a child at Hogwarts, we've been invited to participate in an international wizarding cooperation initiative," Morticia added. "Something about improving relations after that unfortunate business with Grindelwald." Wednesday carefully set down her dissection tools. "When?" "Halloween," Gomez announced cheerfully. "The anniversary of my favorite beheading, Great-Uncle Vlad. Got his head stuck in a guillotine while demonstrating its improper use. Quite inspirational." The idea of her family at Hogwarts, meeting her teachers, seeing the castle, potentially discovering Kairos, filled Wednesday with uncharacteristic dread. She would need to prepare. The return to Hogwarts couldn't come soon enough. As she boarded the Hogwarts Express for her second year, Wednesday carried an expanded trunk containing new books on Parseltongue, protective amulets for Kairos, and several experimental potions designed to temporarily neutralize basilisk venom, a precaution against future threats. She found Luna already waiting in their usual compartment, reading what appeared to be a book written in runic script. "Hello, Wednesday," Luna greeted dreamily. "You've brought more spiders this year." Wednesday nodded, placing the cage containing Homer and his 3 new companions on the seat beside her. "Breeding experiments. I'm testing whether exposure to basilisk scales affects their venom potency." Luna didn't question this, simply nodding as though Wednesday had mentioned the weather. I've been researching Parselmouths over the summer. Did you know Paracelsus was one? He communicated with serpents to learn healing secrets. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. That's unusually specific research, Luna. Well, after Harry and you both turned out to speak it, I got curious, Luna said airily. Wednesday froze. What makes you think I speak Parseltongue? Luna blinked her protuberant eyes. You talk to Kairos, don't you? The basilisk in the chamber. That's why you were asking about them last year. For perhaps the first time in her life, Wednesday felt genuinely surprised. How did you know? The Nargles told me, Luna said, then smiled at Wednesday's expression. Also, I followed you one night when you went into Myrtle's bathroom. I didn't go down the pipe, that seemed rude, but I heard the hissing. She tilted her head. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. Friends keep each other's deadly secrets. After a moment of silence, Wednesday's lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile. You're more observant than people give you credit for, Luna Lovegood. That's what makes me a Ravenclaw, Luna replied. Though the Sorting Hat did consider Slytherin. Said I had an unusual way of looking at power. The train journey continued with discussions of summer discoveries and predictions for the new term. Hermione Granger joined them briefly, still subdued from her petrification experience but clearly pleased to see Wednesday. I never got to thank you properly, Hermione said, settling opposite Wednesday. Madame Pomfrey told me you're the one who found me after I was petrified. You were investigating the attacks, Wednesday replied. It seemed wasteful to let your research go undiscovered along with your body. Hermione smiled slightly at Wednesday's blunt phrasing. Well, thank you anyway. I've been thinking about what you said, about basilisks only causing petrification through reflections. You were right, and that knowledge probably saved Harry and Ron when they went to the chamber. Wednesday's attention sharpened. They went to the chamber. Oh, Hermione looked flustered. I assumed you knew. After I was petrified, they figured out where the entrance was and went down to save Ginny. Harry killed the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor and destroyed the diary. Did he? Wednesday said flatly. That's what he told Dumbledore, Hermione clarified. I wasn't there, obviously, being petrified at the time. Luna caught Wednesday's eye over her upside-down magazine. A silent understanding passed between them. Potter had taken credit for Wednesday's actions, likely encouraged by Dumbledore to protect both her and Kairos. Fascinating, Wednesday said finally. The educational value of near-death experiences shouldn't be underestimated. The welcome feast proceeded with its usual fanfare, including the sorting of new first-years and Dumbledore's eccentric announcements. Wednesday noted with interest the introduction of the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Lupin, a tired-looking man in shabby robes who nonetheless had keen, intelligent eyes. Dumbledore also announced the upcoming international delegation visits, including representatives from prominent American magical families, in October. Several Slytherins glanced in Wednesday's direction, making the connection. As the feast concluded, Professor Snape approached the Slytherin table, his black robes billowing impressively. Miss Addams, he said smoothly, the headmaster would like a word. Follow me. The walk to Dumbledore's office was silent, with Snape leading the way through corridors and up the moving staircases until they reached a stone gargoyle. Acid pops, Snape said with barely concealed disdain. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase that carried them upward to an oak door with a brass knocker. Snape rapped once, then opened it without waiting for a response. Dumbledore's office was a circular room filled with strange silver instruments, portraits of sleeping former headmasters, and, most interestingly to Wednesday, a large red and gold bird perched beside the desk. Ah, Miss Addams, Dumbledore greeted, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Thank you, Severus. That will be all. Snape hesitated, looking as though he wanted to stay, but finally inclined his head and departed, closing the door behind him. Please, sit, Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite his desk. Would you care for a sherbet lemon? Wednesday ignored the offered candy dish. You told Potter to take credit for killing the basilisk. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but his smile remained in place. Straight to the point, I see. A quality I admire, though it's often wrapped in more diplomatic packaging. I don't see the value in pretending, Wednesday said flatly. No, I don't imagine you would, Dumbledore agreed. To answer your accusation, which was not phrased as a question, I did suggest to Harry that the official record should show him as the one who ventured into the chamber and dealt with both the basilisk and Tom Riddle's diary. Why? Several reasons. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. First, Harry and Ronald Weasley did indeed enter the chamber, finding it already open, by you, I presume, and discovered Ginny unconscious with the destroyed diary nearby. They brought her out, believing the danger had passed. They never saw Kairos, Wednesday surmised. Kairos? Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. You named the basilisk. How remarkable. He already had a name, Wednesday corrected. I just asked what it was. Even more remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. But to answer your question, no, they never saw the basilisk. They assumed, as did the rest of the staff, that the creature had either fled or died when the diary was destroyed. And you encouraged this assumption. I did, Dumbledore acknowledged. Which brings me to my second reason. Had the truth been known, that you not only found the chamber but formed a connection with Salazar Slytherin's basilisk, there would have been immediate calls for the creature's destruction. The ministry would have sent orders, the board of governors would have demanded action, and parents would have withdrawn their children en masse. Wednesday studied the old wizard carefully. You're protecting Kairos. Why? Am I protecting the basilisk? Dumbledore mused. Or am I protecting you, Miss Addams? Or perhaps I'm protecting something else entirely, the possibility of understanding between supposedly monstrous creatures and those who are willing to look past fear. You're not afraid of Kairos, Wednesday observed. I respect the basilisk's power, Dumbledore corrected. Just as I respect yours, Miss Addams. The ability to speak Parseltongue is rare. The ability to befriend a creature feared for centuries is rarer still. Wednesday remained silent, waiting. I would like to propose an arrangement, Dumbledore continued. You may continue your friendship with Kairos, and I will continue to maintain the fiction that the basilisk was slain. In exchange, I ask two things. Which are? First, that you take every precaution to ensure no students accidentally encounter your friend. The chamber itself must remain sealed to all but you. Wednesday nodded once. Already done. I've modified the entrance to recognize only my Parseltongue commands. Excellent, Dumbledore smiled. Second, I ask that you share what you learn. Basilisks are among the least understood magical creatures precisely because they are so dangerous. Your unique position offers an unprecedented opportunity for research. Wednesday considered this request. What form would this sharing take? Private meetings with me, Dumbledore proposed. Perhaps once a month. No written records that could fall into other hands. After a moment's thought, Wednesday nodded again. Acceptable. I have conditions as well. I expected nothing less. First, unrestricted access to the restricted section of the library. I need to research protective measures for Kairos. Granted, though Madame Pants may require my written permission. Second, ingredients from Professor Snape's private stores for experimental potions. I'm working on something to temporarily neutralize basilisk venom. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose higher. That would be quite the achievement. I'll speak to Professor Snape, though I suspect you'll need to provide him with the research results. Fine. Third condition, when my family visits in October, they meet Kairos. This finally seemed to surprise the headmaster. That is, an unusual request. May I ask why? My family understands creatures others consider monsters, Wednesday explained. And they can help protect him if necessary. Dumbledore studied her for a long moment. Your loyalty to your basilisk friend is commendable, Miss Addams. Very well, I agree to your conditions, with the caveat that I will be present for this family introduction. Agreed. As she rose to leave, Dumbledore added, one last thing, Miss Addams. While I've agreed to keep Kairos's existence a secret, I must warn you that there are others who suspect the truth. Professor Snape, for one, has expressed doubts about Harry's version of events. Snape doesn't trust anyone, Wednesday observed. True, but he's particularly interested in you. Your exceptional potions work hasn't gone unnoticed, nor has your tendency to disappear at odd hours. I'll be more careful. Please do, Dumbledore nodded. Ah, and regarding your family's visit, perhaps a word of caution about your Uncle Fester. I understand he has a certain, explosive enthusiasm. For the first time in their conversation, Wednesday's lips curved into a slight smile. I'll warn him about the more irreplaceable artifacts. The following day, Wednesday's first order of business was visiting Kairos. She slipped away after breakfast, using the now familiar route to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Back again? Myrtle greeted, floating near her favorite U-bend. Your scaly friend missed you. He comes up the pipes to talk sometimes, though I can't understand the hissing. You can see him? Wednesday asked, surprised. Just his eyes, Myrtle said. Being dead has advantages, his gaze doesn't affect me twice. We've developed an understanding about bathroom territory. Wednesday filed this information away. Kairos had been communicating with Myrtle during her absence. Interesting. After ensuring the bathroom was otherwise empty, Wednesday approached the sink with the snake engraving and hissed, open for the friend of Kairos. The sink moved aside as before, but instead of the rough stone slide, a proper spiral staircase now appeared, leading downward. You've been redecorating, Wednesday observed as she descended. The main chamber looked largely the same, but she noticed immediate differences. The floor had been cleared of bones and debris, several alcoves now contained what appeared to be nesting materials, and a collection of objects was arranged near the far wall, books, a silver hand mirror, and what looked suspiciously like Hogwarts kitchen platters. Welcome back, little speaker, Kairos's voice hissed from the shadows before the massive basilisk emerged, eyes carefully lidded. Your absence was noted. Did you miss me, Kairos? Wednesday asked, her tone as close to teasing as it ever got. The basilisk's tongue flicked out. Perhaps. Time passes differently for one who has lived centuries. Yet I found the silence, less preferable than our conversations. I brought you something, Wednesday said, reaching into her robes and extracting a small vial of dark liquid. Acromantula venom, harvested from the Forbidden Forest. I thought you might appreciate comparing it to your own. Kairos lowered his massive head, tongue flicking near the vial. An interesting gift. The spider giant's venom lacks the immediate potency of my own, but has fascinating properties in combination with certain fungi. You've studied venoms? Centuries in isolation provide ample opportunity for reflection, Kairos replied. Slytherin himself was a master of potions. He often brought ingredients for me to analyze with my senses. Wednesday stored this information away, another historical detail about Salazar Slytherin that contradicted the simplified villain narrative taught at Hogwarts. I spoke with Dumbledore, she informed Kairos. He knows about you, about us, but has agreed to maintain the fiction that you were killed. He even allowed Potter to take credit for destroying you. The white-bearded one has always been cleverer than most, Kairos observed. Even as a student, he saw more than others. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. He was a student when you were already here. I have seen many generations come and go through these stones, Kairos confirmed. I remember the bearded one as a youth, brilliant, intense, with ambitions that tasted of both light and darkness. Tell me more about the students you've observed, Wednesday requested, settling into her usual spot on the chamber floor. Particularly those who knew about you. Kairos coiled his massive body more comfortably. Few have found this chamber since Slytherin departed. The heir, Tom Riddle, was the first in many centuries. Before him, a girl with Slytherin's blood entered briefly in the 1700s, but fled when she saw me. And long before, another heir came, a sickly boy who commanded me to hunt, but died before I could fulfill his orders. And Slytherin himself? What was he really like? The Basilisk was silent for a moment, seemingly collecting ancient memories. Different from how your histories portray him. Proud, yes. Ambitious, certainly. But his quarrel with the other founders was more complex than blood purity alone. Explain, Wednesday prompted. Slytherin believed magical children from non-magical families required different training, stricter methods to ensure control, special attention to loyalty oaths, magical bindings to prevent exposure. The others disagreed, believing trust and education alone would suffice. He feared exposure, Wednesday surmised. This was during witch hunts, wasn't it? Indeed, Kairos confirmed. Slytherin had witnessed burnings, drownings. He lost family to Muggle fear. His methods were harsh by your standards, but born of genuine concern for magical survival. And you? Why did he create you? Protection, Kairos answered simply. I was meant to be the final defense if the castle was breached by those seeking to destroy magic. Only later did his descendants corrupt this purpose into purging those they deemed unworthy. Wednesday absorbed this information thoughtfully. The histories paint a simpler picture, Slytherin the blood purist, leaving in a rage when the others wouldn't exclude Muggleborns. History simplifies to create heroes and villains, Kairos observed. The truth is rarely so clear. Slytherin had darkness in him, yes, but also wisdom. Gryffindor had courage but also reckless pride. Ravenclaw's brilliance sometimes blinded her to emotional truths. Hufflepuff's inclusivity occasionally admitted those who proved dangerous. You knew them all, Wednesday realized. You were here during the founding. I watched them build these walls, Kairos confirmed. I heard their debates, their laughter, their quarrels. They were human, exceptional, but flawed. Wednesday spent hours with Kairos that day, recording his first-hand accounts of Hogwarts founders in her journal. The history that emerged was far more nuanced than anything in Hogwarts, a history, real people with complex motivations rather than the simplified symbols they'd become. As they wrapped up their conversation, Wednesday briefed Kairos on her family's upcoming visit. They'll want to meet you. My mother especially appreciates misunderstood reptiles. Your kin are coming here. Kairos seemed both intrigued and wary. Will they share your unique perspective on monsters? The Addams family has always preferred the company of those others call monstrous, Wednesday assured him. We find normal people far more disturbing. Classes resumed the next day, with Wednesday's schedule now including new subjects, care of magical creatures with Hagrid and ancient runes, which she'd selected over the more popular divination. Her first ancient runes lesson proved immediately useful for her research on protective measures for Kairos. Professor Babbling, a witch with silver-streaked hair and ink-stained fingers, introduced them to protective runes. The Algi's rune, Babbling explained, drawing a symbol resembling a Y with upswept arms, represents protection and defense against negative forces. When properly charged, it can shield against various magical attacks. Wednesday's mind immediately began calculating how to adapt such runes to protect a creature as large as Kairos. Perhaps a series of runic anchors throughout the chamber. Care of magical creatures proved less immediately useful but equally interesting. Hagrid, despite his initial nervousness as a new teacher, displayed genuine expertise when it came to dangerous creatures. His first lesson featured hippogriffs, which Wednesday studied with scientific interest while her classmates hung back in fear. You're good with M, Hagrid noted approvingly as Wednesday calmly bowed to a steel-gray hippogriff named Buckbeak. Not scared at all, are ya? Fear is a waste of adrenaline, Wednesday replied, maintaining eye contact with the proud creature. Besides, he's magnificent. Deadly talons, razor-sharp beak, powerful enough to decapitate with one strike. Hagrid blinked, momentarily thrown by her appreciation of the hippogriff's lethal qualities rather than its beauty. Right. 10 points ter Slytherin 4, proper respect of dangerous creatures. The lesson ended prematurely when Draco Malfoy, ignoring Hagrid's instructions, insulted Buckbeak and promptly got slashed across the arm. As Hagrid carried the dramatically moaning Malfoy to the hospital wing, Wednesday remained behind to address the agitated hippogriff. He deserved worse, she told Buckbeak, who seemed to settle under her steady gaze. Your restraint shows intelligence. The hippogriff made a soft chirping sound and inclined his head slightly before rejoining his herd. Later that day, Wednesday found Luna in the library, working on what appeared to be translations from an ancient text. Early Parseltongue, Luna explained when Wednesday glanced at the strange symbols. Daddy published an article suggesting it might be connected to Atlantean script. I've been trying to find patterns. Why the sudden interest in Parseltongue? Wednesday asked, taking the seat across from her. Luna looked up, her protuberant eyes meeting Wednesday's directly. Because you speak it, and you're my friend. I thought understanding it might help us communicate better if you ever need to speak it around me. Wednesday felt an unfamiliar warmth in her chest at this simple declaration of friendship. That's thoughtful. Also, Luna added, I've been wondering if Kairos might be willing to share his perspective for a Quibbler article. The Basilisk speaks, misunderstood guardian of Hogwarts. Anonymous source, of course. Wednesday almost smiled. I'll ask him, but he's private by nature. Centuries of isolation will do that. Their conversation was interrupted by Hermione Granger, who arrived looking harried and carrying a stack of books that seemed too large for her frame. Mind if I join you? She asked breathlessly. The Gryffindor table is full of people asking Harry about Sirius Black. Wednesday nodded toward the empty chair, and Hermione collapsed into it gratefully, depositing her books with a thud. Who is Sirius Black? Wednesday asked, realizing she'd heard the name mentioned several times since returning to school. Hermione looked surprised. You don't know? He's all over the Daily Prophet. Escaped from Azkaban, first one ever to do it. He was a supporter of you-know-who, killed 13 people with one curse. They say he's after Harry. Another assassination attempt, Wednesday noted. Potter collects deadly experiences like some people collect chocolate frog cards. Luna nodded seriously. It's the Rotfong conspiracy. They're trying to eliminate anyone who can speak to snakes. Hermione opened her mouth as if to dispute this, then seemed to think better of it and changed the subject. I've been researching magical creature rights for Professor Lupin's first essay. Did you know basilisks are classified as XXXXX creatures, known wizard killers / impossible to train or domesticate? Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly. An oversimplification. Most magical creatures classified as monsters are simply misunderstood. That's what I've been arguing. Hermione said enthusiastically. The classifications are based on fear rather than proper research. Take werewolves, for instance, only dangerous during full moon, perfectly reasonable people otherwise, yet treated as outcasts. You're suggesting reclassification based on intelligence and intent rather than potential danger, Wednesday observed. Exactly. Dangerous creatures should be respected, not automatically destroyed. Hermione paused, studying Wednesday with newfound interest. You know, you have surprisingly progressive views on magical creatures for a Slytherin. The Addams family judges individuals by their capacity for mayhem, not their species, Wednesday replied. Some of our closest friends have been classified as monsters by wizarding standards. This line of conversation sparked an unexpected alliance. Over the next few weeks, Wednesday found herself regularly joining Hermione and Luna for study sessions that often veered into discussions of magical creature rights. Hermione's logical approach complemented Luna's intuitive understanding and Wednesday's practical experience, creating a research dynamic that proved surprisingly productive. Meanwhile, Wednesday continued her nighttime visits to Kairos, implementing some of their theoretical discussions. She began carving protective runes into strategic points around the chamber, creating a network that would alert them to unwanted intrusions. She also started experimenting with diluted basilisk venom, carefully collected from Kairos, testing its properties when combined with various ingredients. Professor Snape noticed these extracurricular activities during potions class. "Miss Addams," he said silkily, pausing beside her cauldron during a lesson on shrinking solutions, "your potion is the correct acid green, yet I detect an unauthorized modification." "Explain." Wednesday met his gaze steadily. "I added 2 drops of diluted venom extract to stabilize the reaction between the daisy roots and leech juice. It prevents the volatile interaction that sometimes causes cauldron erosion." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Venom extract. From what creature, precisely?" "A personal research project," Wednesday replied. "The headmaster approved my access to certain ingredients." A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. "See me after class." When the other students had filed out, Wednesday approached Snape's desk, her face impassive. "You have been experimenting with basilisk venom," Snape stated flatly. "Don't insult my intelligence by denying it." Wednesday said nothing, simply waiting. "The headmaster may have granted you certain privileges," Snape continued, "but I am still your head of house and potions master. Any experimentation with deadly substances falls under my purview." "I'm being careful," Wednesday assured him. "The venom is diluted to 100th strength and stored in charmed vials." "That is not the point," Snape hissed. "Basilisk venom is among the most lethal substances known to wizardkind. 1 drop of full-strength venom would kill everyone in this classroom in seconds. Even diluted, it requires expert handling. Which is why I'm developing a neutralizing agent," Wednesday explained. "I've had promising results combining phoenix tears with powdered bezoar and moonstone." This caught Snape's attention. "A neutralizing agent for basilisk venom? That's theoretically interesting, but practically impossible. The venom destroys too quickly for most counteragents to work." "Not if delivered prophylactically," Wednesday countered. "Pre-treatment with the neutralizing agent provides approximately 6 minutes of protection against diluted venom in my tests on harvested tissue samples." Snape's academic interest visibly warred with his suspicion. "Where are you conducting these experiments?" "A secure location," Wednesday replied vaguely. "And where, exactly, did you obtain basilisk venom for these experiments?" "The last known basilisk in Britain was supposedly killed in the Chamber of Secrets last year." Wednesday met his gaze directly. "I have resources." They stared at each other for a long moment before Snape broke the silence. "Your extracurricular activities are your business, Miss Addams, so long as they don't endanger other students. However, if you insist on working with basilisk venom, you will do so under my supervision, in this classroom, after hours." "That would be acceptable," Wednesday agreed, recognizing both the risk and opportunity in Snape's offer. Working with him would provide valuable expertise, even if it meant careful concealment of Kairos's existence. "Tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock, Snape instructed. "Bring your notes and samples, properly contained." As October approached, preparations for the international delegation visits consumed the castle. House elves could be seen polishing armor at all hours, new tapestries appeared on previously bare walls, and the professors seemed increasingly tense as they prepared to showcase their classes. Wednesday received a letter from her parents confirming their arrival date, October 30th, just in time for the Halloween feast, and requesting accommodations suitable for various family members with specific needs. Enclosed was a list that included fireproof bedding for Uncle Fester, and room with exposed pipes for Cousin Itt. Dumbledore, to his credit, seemed to take these requests in stride when Wednesday delivered them. "We've housed an assortment of magical beings over the centuries," he assured her. "I believe we can manage the Addams family for a week." The day before her family's arrival, Wednesday visited Kairos for final preparations. "They'll arrive tomorrow," she informed the Basilisk, who was helping her activate the last of the protective runes by contributing a drop of venom to each carving. Dumbledore will accompany them down here the following night. You trust them with our secret, Kairos observed. These kin of yours. They understand the value of things others fear, Wednesday replied. And they're surprisingly good at keeping secrets. Our family graveyard has held the same bodies for generations, regardless of official inquiries. The basilisk's tongue flicked thoughtfully. Will they expect me to perform? To demonstrate my deadly gaze perhaps? They would probably enjoy that, Wednesday acknowledged, but no. They're coming to meet you, not use you. Although, she added as an afterthought, my brother Pugsley might ask to milk your venom glands. He's going through an explosive experimentation phase. Your family sounds unusual, Kairos commented. We are, Wednesday agreed. You'll like them. The next day, a cold, crisp October morning, Wednesday stood at the entrance to Hogwarts alongside Dumbledore and the other teachers, waiting for the international delegations to arrive. The American contingent was scheduled first, followed by representatives from several European magical schools. Ah, I believe that's them now, Dumbledore said, pointing toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A black carriage appeared, pulled by skeletal horses with leathery wings that Wednesday immediately recognized as thestrals. The carriage itself seemed to be made of charred wood, with silver accents that caught the morning light. Addams' family standard transportation, she explained to Luna, who had joined the welcoming committee. Enchanted to follow ley lines through the veil between worlds. Shortens the journey considerably. The carriage pulled to a stop before the castle steps, and for a moment nothing happened. Then the door creaked open with a sound like a coffin lid, and Gomez Addams bounded out, resplendent in a pinstriped suit with a carnation that occasionally spurted green flame. Hogwarts, he exclaimed, throwing his arms wide. Even more delightfully gloomy than I remembered. Cara mia, he extended his hand to help Morticia descend, look at those gargoyles. Simply magnificent craftsmanship in the fangs. Morticia Addams stepped gracefully from the carriage, her floor-length black dress seeming to flow like liquid shadow around her pale form. Gomez, darling, it takes me back to our honeymoon in that haunted castle in Transylvania. Remember the screaming? How could I forget? Gomez kissed her hand passionately. 3 villagers with pitchforks. Such hospitality. The rest of the family followed, Uncle Fester, his pale bald head gleaming in the sunlight as he sniffed the air appreciatively, smells like potential explosions, Grandmama, carrying a bubbling cauldron that occasionally emitted purple smoke, Pugsley, immediately drawn to the whomping willow visible in the distance, Lurch, ducking to fit through the carriage door with the family luggage balanced on one massive palm, and finally Cousin Itt, a walking mass of hair who conversed in high-pitched gibberish that only the family understood. Wednesday. Gomez spotted his daughter and rushed over, grabbing her in an enthusiastic embrace that lifted her off the ground. There's my little viper. How's the education in darkness coming along? Adequately, Wednesday replied when he set her down. I've found interesting subjects to dissect. Marvelous. Gomez clapped his hands together, then turned to Dumbledore with an extended hand. Headmaster. Gomez Addams. Enchanted to finally meet in person after our correspondence. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he shook Gomez's hand. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Addams. Your family's reputation precedes you. As it should. Gomez laughed. The Addams name has been striking fear into the hearts of both magical and muggle communities for centuries. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled. We've prepared accommodations according to your specifications. Professor McGonagall will show you to your quarters. McGonagall stepped forward, her expression carefully neutral despite the sight of Fester attempting to stick his finger into a torch flame. If you'll follow me, Mr. and Mrs. Addams. As the family moved inside, Wednesday was immediately surrounded by her classmates, all curious about these strange Americans. Your mother is gorgeous, Pansy Parkinson admitted reluctantly. In a terrifying sort of way. Thank you, Wednesday replied. She moisturizes with nightshade extract. Draco Malfoy pushed his way forward. My father says your family practices blood magic that even the Dark Lord considered excessive. Your father exaggerates, Wednesday said flatly. We only use blood magic on special occasions and willing participants. The Addams family's presence transformed Hogwarts over the next 24 hours. Fester was discovered in the dungeons, licking the walls to taste the centuries of despair. Grandmama took over a corner of the kitchens, terrifying the house elves with her experimental cooking that occasionally resulted in sentient meals. Pugsley convinced Peeves to help him calculate the explosive potential of various castle fixtures. Morticia charmed Professor Sprout by displaying extensive knowledge of poisonous plants, while Gomez challenged several suits of armor to duels. By Halloween morning, the entire school was buzzing with stories about the strange American family. Some students were frightened, others fascinated, but none could remain indifferent to the Addams presence. Wednesday, for her part, found herself in the unusual position of being the most normal member of her family, a disorienting experience she handled with her typical stoicism. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Gomez enthusiastically recounted his night's exploration to anyone who would listen. 17 secret passages discovered. Though that one behind the mirror seems to have collapsed. Pity, it had such promising cobwebs. Did you find the Chamber of Secrets, Mr. Addams? Asked a bold Gryffindor third year. Gomez twirled his mustache. Not yet, my boy. But the night is young, metaphorically speaking, of course. Wednesday caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall, receiving a subtle nod. Their plan to introduce her family to Kairos would proceed that evening after the Halloween feast. The feast itself was spectacular even by Hogwarts standards. The Great Hall had been decorated with live bats, enormous pumpkins carved with faces that changed expression, and floating candles that occasionally dripped blood-red wax. The Addams family, seated at the head table as honored guests, appeared delighted with the macabre atmosphere. Just like home, Morticia commented, sipping from a goblet of some suspiciously dark liquid she'd brought from her own stores. Though the screams are disappointingly infrequent. Midway through the feast, as students were enjoying the elaborate desserts, the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Lupin staggered in, his robes torn, face pale with shock. Sirius Black, he gasped. In the castle. Tried to enter Gryffindor Tower. Chaos erupted immediately. Dumbledore called for silence, ordering the prefects to escort students back to their dormitories while the teachers conducted a search of the castle. In the confusion, Wednesday slipped away, finding Luna and quickly pulling her aside. Now's our chance, she whispered. Everyone will be focused on Black. We can take my family to the chamber without being noticed. Luna nodded, her usual dreamy expression replaced by focused determination. I'll create a distraction if needed. They made their way through the dispersing crowd, Wednesday catching her mother's eye and giving a subtle nod toward the exit. With surprising stealth for such an eccentric group, the Addams family disengaged from the head table and followed Wednesday and Luna into the corridor. What's happening, Wednesday? Gomez asked, eyes bright with excitement. Assassination attempt? Vengeful spirit? Oh, I hope it's a vengeful spirit, reminds me of Great Aunt Morgana. Something better, Wednesday replied. I'm taking you to meet a friend. The mysterious Kairos? Morticia guessed, her dark eyes gleaming with interest. Wednesday nodded. But we need to move quickly and quietly. Follow me. They navigated the emptying corridors, dodging patrols of prefects and teachers searching for Sirius Black. Luna kept watch at intersections, signaling when it was safe to proceed. Finally, they reached the second-floor girls' bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, Wednesday explained as they entered. The entrance is hidden here. Myrtle herself appeared almost immediately, floating curiously above her usual toilet. You've brought company, she observed. And they look, appropriately morbid. A ghost. Gomez exclaimed delightedly. And such a tragically young one. My dear, you must tell us how you died, all the gory details. Myrtle, unused to people being interested in her death rather than annoyed by her moaning, preened visibly. Well, I was crying because Olive Hornby had teased me about my glasses, and then I heard strange hissing, and when I opened the stall door, I saw big yellow eyes right over there by that sink, and then, fascinating. Morticia interrupted gently. A basilisk's gaze. Quick, painless, and extraordinarily rare. You were privileged to experience such an unusual death. Myrtle blinked in surprise, then smiled. I never thought of it that way. It was special, wasn't it? Indubitably. Gomez agreed. Now, my ghostly friend, we must ask for a moment of privacy. Family business and all that. Once Myrtle had reluctantly retreated to her U-bend, Wednesday approached the sink with the snake engraving. Stand back, she instructed, then focused on the tiny serpent and hissed, open for the friend of Kairos and her kin. The sink began to move, revealing the spiral staircase Wednesday had created. Parcel tongue. Uncle Fester cackled. Just like great-uncle Vlad. Remember how he used to command the garden snakes to deliver the mail? Indeed, Morticia smiled proudly at her daughter. Wednesday has always had a way with deadly creatures. They descended the stairs in single file, Lurch barely fitting through the passage with his hunched shoulders. When they reached the main tunnel, Gomez produced a handful of glowing orbs that floated upward, illuminating their path. Luminescent fungi spores, he explained cheerfully. Harvested them myself from the family crypt. They feed on decay, positively thrive in places of death. As they approached the inner door with its carved serpents, Wednesday paused. Kairos is not accustomed to large groups. He'll keep his eyes lidded to avoid accidentally harming anyone. Please don't make sudden movements or loud noises. Of course, darling, Morticia assured her. We always observe proper etiquette with deadly creatures. Wednesday hissed the command, and the serpent-encrusted door swung open to reveal the Chamber of Secrets. The family stepped inside, their expressions ranging from awe, Gomez, to scientific interest, Grandmama, to destructive calculation, Pugsley. Magnificent architecture. Gomez declared, taking in the towering pillars and the statue of Salazar Slytherin. The acoustics must be perfect for screams of terror. Kairos, Wednesday called, her parcel tongue echoing in the chamber. I've brought my family to meet you, as promised. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a slithering sound reached their ears, growing louder until the massive basilisk emerged from Slytherin's statue, head lowered and eyes carefully lidded. Glorious! Gomez breathed, watching the enormous serpent approach. Absolutely magnificent specimen. Look at those scales, cara mia, the perfect shade of venomous green. And such impressive size, Morticia agreed, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. He must be centuries old to have grown so large. Kairos paused, seeming surprised by this enthusiastic reception. His tongue flicked out, tasting the air around the newcomers. They smell of old magic, he hissed to Wednesday. Different from the wizards here. Darker, richer. The Addams family practices many forms of magic not taught at Hogwarts, Wednesday explained in Parseltongue. They understand creatures like us. She turned to her family. Kairos says you smell of old magic. He's curious about you. How delightful. Morticia clasped her hands together. Please tell him we're honored to meet such an ancient and powerful being. The basilisk is a creature our family has always deeply respected. Wednesday translated, and Kairos lowered his head further, bringing it almost to floor level. They may approach, he hissed. One at a time. I would know them better. Gomez went first, bowing dramatically before the basilisk. Gomez Addams, at your service. Any friend of Wednesday's is a friend of the family. Kairos's tongue flicked out, nearly touching Gomez's outstretched hand. He tastes of fire and metal, the basilisk observed to Wednesday. A powerful wizard with chaotic energy. Morticia approached next, her movements graceful and measured. "Honored to meet you, noble Kairos," she said, extending one pale hand palm up as Wednesday had instructed. "Your beauty is matched only by your deadly power." Kairos seemed particularly taken with Morticia, his tongue lingering near her hand. "This one understands darkness," he hissed appreciatively. "She walks with death as a companion, not an enemy. I see where you get your nature, little speaker." One by one, the family members introduced themselves, each receiving Kairos's assessment. Uncle Fester's electrical energy made the basilisk scales tingle. Grandmama's ancient magical knowledge earned his respect. Pugsley's destructive enthusiasm amused him. Lurcha's partial giant ancestry intrigued him. Only cousin Itt confused the basilisk, his hair-covered form presenting too many scents to properly analyze. "Your family is as unusual as you claimed," Kairos told Wednesday after the introductions. "I see now why you trust them with our secret." The visit might have continued peacefully if not for an unexpected interruption. The chamber door suddenly swung open again, and Dumbledore entered, accompanied by an agitated Professor Snape. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore called, his voice unnaturally loud in the chamber's perfect acoustics, "I regret to intrude, but there's been a development." He stopped abruptly, taking in the scene before him. The Addams family gathered in a semicircle around the massive basilisk, looking for all the world like they were having a pleasant garden party with a deadly mythical creature. Snape, a step behind Dumbledore, froze at the sight of Kairos. His hand moved instinctively toward his wand. "Severus, no," Dumbledore said quietly, placing a restraining hand on the potion's master's arm. "Observe before acting." "Headmaster." Gomez greeted cheerfully. "Professor Snape. You're just in time. We were discussing basilisk venom extraction techniques with our new friend." "Fascinating subject." Snape's eyes darted from the basilisk to Wednesday and back again, his expression shifting from shock to cold fury. "This explains much," he said tightly. "The venom samples. The late-night wanderings. You've been harboring Slytherin's monster all this time." "Not harboring," Wednesday corrected calmly. "Befriending." "Semantics," Snape snapped. "That creature killed a student 50 years ago and petrified several more last year." "Actually," Dumbledore interjected mildly, "I believe the basilisk, Kairos, was under the control of Tom Riddle in both instances." "A crucial distinction. You knew about this?" Snape turned to Dumbledore, incredulous. "I suspected," Dumbledore admitted. "And after confirming my suspicions with Miss Addams last month, I gave my permission for her continued research, with certain safeguards in place." "Safeguards," Snape repeated flatly. "For a creature that can kill with a glance." "Kairos keeps his eyes lidded around humans," Wednesday explained. "He has perfect control over his deadly gaze." "And you trust the word of a basilisk?" Snape demanded. "I trust the evidence of my continued survival," Wednesday replied coolly. Morticia stepped forward, her presence somehow commanding even beside Dumbledore's. "Professor Snape, I understand your concern. Deadly creatures inspire fear in most. But consider, this magnificent being has existed peacefully beneath the school for centuries, harming no one except when commanded by others." "My wife speaks wisdom, as always," Gomez declared. "Besides, think of the research potential. Basilisk venom is one of the most potent substances known to wizardkind. Wednesday tells us you're already collaborating on a neutralizing agent." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Our experimental work was based on samples. I was not informed of their source." "A regrettable omission," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But perhaps one we can move beyond, given the circumstances." A tense silence fell as Snape considered the situation. His gaze moved from the basilisk to Wednesday, to the Addams family, and finally to Dumbledore. "The Ministry will not approve," he said at last. "The Ministry need not know," Dumbledore replied simply. "Unless you intend to inform them." Another silence, loaded with unspoken implications. I will require full documentation of all research conducted thus far, Snape finally declared. And direct supervision of any future experiments involving basilisk derivatives. Naturally, Dumbledore agreed smoothly. I believe that can be arranged. Miss Addams? Acceptable, Wednesday nodded. Kairos has already agreed to provide venom samples for research purposes. Splendid. Gomez clapped his hands together. A meeting of great minds. This calls for a toast. He produced a flask from inside his jacket. Graveyard distilled spirits, aged 50 years beside Great Aunt Lavinia's remains. Adds a certain je ne sais quoi to the flavor. Before anyone could respond to this dubious offering, Dumbledore cleared his throat. I'm afraid celebrations must wait. We came here with urgent news. Sirius Black was not only sighted in the castle but engaged in a duel with several professors on the third floor. He escaped, but not before injuring Professor Flitwick. This sobered the gathering immediately. Even the Addams family, with their unusual relationship to danger, recognized the threat an escaped mass murderer posed to the school. The staff is conducting a complete search of the castle, Dumbledore continued. Including all secret passages and hidden rooms. You fear he might find this chamber, Wednesday surmised. It seems unlikely, Dumbledore admitted, given the specific requirements for entry. However, we cannot discount the possibility that Black possesses unknown abilities or knowledge. Kairos can help, Wednesday suggested, turning to the Basilisk. The pipes connected to this chamber run throughout the castle. You could search for an intruder more efficiently than the staff. She translated her proposal to Kairos, who flicked his tongue thoughtfully. I can seek this human, he agreed. But how would I recognize him? Wednesday described Sirius Black, explaining that he might smell of dog in prison, with long tangled hair and ragged clothes. Kairos nodded his massive head in understanding. I will search the castle through the pipes, he hissed. If I find this Black, I will alert you through our connection. Wednesday had discovered in recent weeks that she could sometimes sense Kairos's presence and basic emotions when he was nearby, a side effect of their frequent mental connection through Parseltongue. He'll search for Black, she informed the others. If he finds anything, he'll let me know. Excellent. Dumbledore beamed. Resourcefulness is always to be commended. Now, I believe we should return to the main castle. The corridors should be clear of students, but we should maintain caution nonetheless. As they prepared to leave, Morticia approached Kairos, performing a graceful curtsy before the Basilisk. It has been an honor, magnificent Kairos. The Addams family considers you a friend, and our home is open to you should you ever wish to visit. Wednesday translated, and Kairos dipped his head in acknowledgement. Tell the Dark Lady I am grateful for her welcome. Few have shown such respect to one of my kind. The group made their way back through the tunnel and up to Myrtle's bathroom. Dumbledore and Snape left first to continue coordinating the search for Black, while the Addams family followed Wednesday to the dungeons, where they'd been given guest quarters near the Slytherin dormitory. That was the most fun I've had since the time we discovered that family of ghouls living in our chimney. Gomez declared, rubbing his hands together gleefully. A genuine basilisk. Wait until we tell Cousin What, he's been searching for one for decades. Indeed, Morticia agreed. Kairos is a magnificent creature. You've made a powerful friend, Wednesday. I know, Wednesday replied simply. Did you get any venom samples? Pugsley asked eagerly. I want to test its explosive properties when combined with erumpent fluid. Later, Wednesday promised. For now, we should focus on the Black situation. The castle remained on high alert throughout the night. Students were confined to their dormitories while professors and staff conducted thorough searches. The Addams family, naturally, insisted on joining these efforts, much to the alarm of some teachers. Uncle Fester, Wednesday explained to Professor McGonagall, who had found Fester hanging upside down from a chandelier to get a bat's perspective on the search, has unique methods, but they're often effective. I once tracked a werewolf through the Carpathian Mountains using only my sense of smell and a jar of pickled herring. Fester declared proudly. Found him hiding in a shepherd's hut, pretending to be human. We've been pen pals ever since. Despite the combined efforts of staff, ghosts, and enthusiastic Addamses, Sirius Black remained elusive. By morning, Dumbledore reluctantly concluded that the fugitive had escaped the castle grounds. The search, however, had unexpected benefits for Wednesday. In the confusion, her family's presence in the Chamber of Secrets went largely unremarked by the wider school population. Snape, though still visibly displeased about Kairos's existence, seemed to have accepted the situation, particularly after Gomez offered him a rare potions manuscript from the Addams family library, Blood Magic Brews of the Byzantine Empire, a text banned in most magical jurisdictions. Consider it a professional courtesy, Gomez had said, presenting the ancient tome with a flourish. One potions enthusiast to another. The section on venom enhancement is particularly enlightening, helped me court Morticia during our school days. Nothing says romance like an expertly brewed poison. The remaining days of the Addams family visit passed in a whirlwind of unusual incidents. Grandmama held an impromptu divination session in the North Tower that left Professor Trelawney both impressed and slightly traumatized. Uncle Fester convinced Hagrid to introduce him to the giant squid, resulting in what Fester described as a shockingly good time, and Hagrid called the strangest swimming lesson I've ever given. Pugsley and the Weasley twins formed an alliance that required 3 classrooms to be evacuated and reconstructed. Through it all, Wednesday maintained her regular visits to Kairos, often bringing family members in rotating pairs. The Basilisk seemed to enjoy these visits, particularly when Morticia read aloud from ancient texts in her melodious voice or when Grandmama shared forgotten magical lore that predated even Kairos's long memory. On their final evening at Hogwarts, the Addams family gathered in the chamber for a farewell ceremony that Wednesday had arranged. Kairos had agreed to provide a substantial venom sample as a parting gift, not only for Wednesday's research with Snape but also for the family's private collection. The extraction must be done carefully, Wednesday explained, setting up a collection apparatus she and Snape had designed. Basilisk venom is powerful enough to dissolve most containers. We've lined this one with goblin silver, Gomez added, holding up a small ornate vial. Mixed with diamond dust and treated with phoenix tears. Should hold the pure stuff indefinitely. The ceremony proceeded with surprising dignity, with Kairos voluntarily releasing several drops of venom into the specialized container while Morticia recited an ancient blessing in archaic Latin. Wednesday then sealed the vial with a complex charm, creating a gift that would become one of the Addams family's most treasured possessions. We shall cherish this always, Morticia declared, accepting the vial from Wednesday. A symbol of the bond between our family and the noble guardian of Slytherin's chamber. And we'll be back to visit. Gomez promised enthusiastically. Perhaps for the Triwizard Tournament next year, I hear Durmstrang's bringing their famous flesh-eating horses. As the family prepared to depart the next morning, Gomez pulled Wednesday aside for a rare serious conversation. Your mother and I are proud of you, he said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Finding the chamber, befriending Kairos, you've upheld the Addams tradition of embracing the darkness that others fear. Thank you, Father, Wednesday replied, her usual deadpan expression softening almost imperceptibly. We've discussed it with Dumbledore, Gomez continued. Should anything happen, should anyone threaten Kairos, you're to contact us immediately. The Addams family protects its own, and that now includes your basilisk friend. Kairos can protect himself, Wednesday pointed out. Undoubtedly. Gomez agreed. But even the deadliest creatures need allies. Remember Great Uncle Vulcan? Powerful fire wizard, could melt stone with a thought, yet was undone by a simple bucket of water while he slept. Always have someone watching your back, Wednesday, preferably someone with an appreciation for creative vengeance. With final farewells and promises to write, Gomez, will send the carnivorous carrier pigeons, the Addams family departed in their charred carriage, leaving Hogwarts slightly singed but fundamentally unchanged by their visit. In the days that followed, Wednesday resumed her normal routine, though with some adjustments. She now had Snape's reluctant cooperation in her basilisk venom research, conducted under his strict supervision in a specially warded section of the dungeons. Her friendship with Luna and Hermione continued to develop, with Luna occasionally accompanying her to the chamber. Kairos had taken a liking to Luna's unusual perspective, and Hermione providing legal research on magical creature protections, without knowing exactly why Wednesday was so interested in the topic. The incident with Sirius Black had faded from immediate concern, though security around the castle remained heightened. Dementors patrolled the boundaries, creating an atmosphere of gloom that Wednesday found oddly comforting but that affected most students negatively. In mid-November, Wednesday was studying in the library when Hermione joined her, looking troubled. "Have you heard about Hagrid's hippogriff?" she asked without preamble. "Buckbeak, the one who scratched Malfoy?" Wednesday nodded. "Malfoy's been milking that injury for maximum effect. His father's filed a complaint with the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures," Hermione explained, her voice tight with anger. "They're going to hold a hearing, but Hagrid says it's just a formality. Buckbeak will almost certainly be executed." Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly. "On what grounds?" "That he's a dangerous creature who attacked a student," Hermione said bitterly. "It doesn't matter that Malfoy provoked him after being specifically warned not to." "Buckbeak showed remarkable restraint," Wednesday noted. "A single slash when he could have decapitated Malfoy with one strike." "Exactly." Hermione agreed. "But the committee doesn't care about that. They just see, dangerous creature and reach for the executioner's axe." Wednesday considered this information carefully. "The same committee that classifies basilisks as XXXXX creatures that should be killed on sight." "Yes," Hermione nodded, then paused as understanding dawned. "Oh. This isn't just about Buckbeak for you, is it?" "Precedents matter in magical law," Wednesday replied obliquely. "Today a hippogriff, tomorrow something else." "I'm researching defense arguments for Hagrid," Hermione said, pushing a stack of legal texts across the table. "But I could use help." "You think differently. You might see angles I'm missing." Wednesday examined the top book, Magical Jurisprudence, Creature Cases of the 19th Century, and nodded slowly. "I'll help. The arbitrary destruction of powerful creatures based on human fear is wasteful." Over the next few weeks, Wednesday divided her time between her usual activities, classes, chamber visits, venom research, and working with Hermione on Buckbeak's defense. Their research led them through obscure legal precedents, historical cases of creature rights, and the often contradictory regulations governing magical beings. During one of these sessions in early December, Luna joined them, bringing a curious piece of information. "Daddy published an interview with a retired executioner from the committee," she explained, showing them the latest issue of the Quibbler. "He claims they receive anonymous donations before high-profile cases, payments that seem to influence their decisions." "Lucius Malfoy," Hermione guessed immediately. "He's known for donations to causes he wants to control." "Bribery is standard in wizarding justice," Wednesday observed. "The question is how to counter it." "We need evidence," Hermione insisted. "Proof of corruption that we can present to the minister." Luna smiled dreamily. "Or we could create a better offer." Both Wednesday and Hermione looked at her with newfound interest. "What do you have in mind?" Wednesday asked. "Well," Luna explained, twirling a strand of her pale hair, "if the committee is susceptible to bribes, perhaps they'd be equally susceptible to alternative incentives." "Are you suggesting we bribe the committee ourselves?" Hermione asked, scandalized. "Not bribe," Luna clarified. "Persuade. Daddy knows the committee chairman, collects rare magical fungi. Very particular about his collection. And the Addams family greenhouses contain several species thought to be extinct," Wednesday added, catching Luna's drift. "Fungal varieties that can't be purchased at any price." That's still bribery, Hermione protested, though with less conviction. It's creating mutual benefit, Wednesday corrected. A cultural exchange. The committee chairman gets rare specimens for academic study, and Buckbeak gets a fair hearing. And if that doesn't work? Hermione pressed. Wednesday's eyes took on a calculating gleam. Then we moved to Plan B, involving Kairos. Who's Kairos? Hermione asked. A friend with unique persuasive abilities, Wednesday replied vaguely. But let's try Luna's approach first. A letter to Morticia resulted in a package arriving 3 days later, containing carefully preserved specimens of what appeared to be ordinary mushrooms but which Wednesday assured them were exceedingly rare. Luna handled the delicate task of arranging for these specimens to reach the committee chairman through her father's connections, along with a scholarly note expressing interest in hippogriff conservation efforts. Whether due to this subtle intervention or other factors, the tone of communication from the committee shifted noticeably. Their initial hearing date was postponed to allow for further evidence gathering, and Hagrid received a detailed list of materials he could submit in Buckbeak's defense. It's working! Hermione exclaimed when Hagrid shared the news, tears of relief in his eyes. We might actually have a chance now. The system responds to leverage, Wednesday noted. A valuable lesson in magical politics. As the Christmas holidays approached, Wednesday made preparations for Kairos's care during her absence. She had arranged for the house elves to continue delivering food to a specific location where the Basilisk could access it through the pipes, and she had enhanced the protective runes around the chamber to ensure no unwanted visitors could enter. I'll return in January, she promised Kairos during their final visit before break. My family sends their regards and another book for your collection. She placed a leather-bound volume before the Basilisk, Serpentine Secrets of the Far East, translated into Parseltongue symbols that Kairos could read by tracing with his tongue. Your kin are unusual but honorable, Kairos observed, examining the gift with interest. I have enjoyed knowing them. They feel the same, Wednesday assured him. Especially Mother. She's added you to the family protection spells. The Basilisk's tongue flicked out in what Wednesday had come to recognize as his version of a pleased expression. I have existed for centuries without such connections. It is, not unpleasant to be part of something larger again. This admission of vulnerability from the ancient creature struck Wednesday more deeply than she expected. Family is important to the Addams, she said simply. Blood or chosen, we protect our own. Before departing for the Addams mansion, Wednesday had one final task to complete. She'd been working with Snape on the Basilisk venom-neutralizing agent for weeks, and their latest formulation showed genuine promise, neutralizing diluted venom in laboratory tests for up to 15 minutes. The balance between Phoenix Tears and Moonstone is critical, Snape observed during their final session, measuring precisely as Wednesday stirred the cauldron. Too much of either renders the mixture ineffective. The acromantula silk stabilizes the reaction, Wednesday added, counting stirs carefully. 17 clockwise, then 3 counterclockwise. When the potion turned a shimmering silver with a faint purple sheen, both Wednesday and Snape stepped back to observe it. Theoretically viable, Snape declared after running several diagnostic spells. Though without testing against full-strength venom, we cannot be certain. I have access to full-strength samples, Wednesday reminded him. Snape's lips thinned. Yes, through your friend. An arrangement I still find deeply concerning, regardless of the headmaster's position. Kairos has existed peacefully beneath this castle for centuries, Wednesday pointed out. The only times he caused harm were under direct control of others. So you claim, Snape replied skeptically. Yet I find it difficult to trust the intentions of a creature classified as one of the deadliest known to wizard kind. Classifications are made by those who fear what they don't understand, Wednesday said. The same ministry that would execute Buckbeak for a scratch would destroy Kairos without hesitation, regardless of his actions or intelligence. Snape studied her for a moment. You see parallels where others might not. An unusual perspective for one so young. The Addams family has always stood against arbitrary definitions of monster, Wednesday replied. Some of history's greatest monsters wore human faces and ministry robes. A flicker of something, perhaps agreement, crossed Snape's features before his usual impassive mask returned. Your potion will keep until your return. Store it properly, away from light and heat. We will resume testing in January. The Christmas holiday at the Addams mansion was, as always, a celebration of the macabre and mysterious. The family tree was decorated with shrunken heads and live spiders spinning silver webs. Gifts were exchanged at midnight beneath a blood-red moon. Carolers who made the mistake of visiting fled screaming after Uncle Fester's special eggnog caused temporary but alarming transformations. Wednesday received several gifts that reflected her family's pride in her Hogwarts adventures, a set of silver vials specifically designed for different potency levels of basilisk venom from Grandmama, a hand-carved Parseltongue translation guide from Morticia, and from Gomez, a small black box containing what appeared to be an ordinary silver ring. From the Addams vault, he explained as she examined it. Belonged to your great-great-grandmother Calliope. Legend says she used it to command serpents during the Goblin Rebellion of 1752. It's imbued with old magic, Wednesday noted, feeling the power emanating from the ring. Indeed. Gomez agreed enthusiastically. Not mere control, that's too simplistic. It creates understanding between wearer and serpent. Mutual respect rather than dominance. Seemed appropriate for your friendship with Kairos. Wednesday slipped the ring onto her finger, feeling a subtle warmth as it adjusted to her size. Thank you, Father. Use it well, Gomez twirled his mustache thoughtfully. Calliope always said true power lies not in control but in alliance. Wise woman, though she did eventually get eaten by her allies during a miscommunication about dinner arrangements. When Wednesday returned to Hogwarts in January, she found the castle abuzz with news of another serious black sighting, this time in Hogsmeade Village. Security had been further tightened, with additional magical wards placed around all entrances and random sweeps of the corridors by professors at night. Her first priority was checking on Kairos, who greeted her with what seemed like genuine pleasure, his massive head lowering to her level as soon as she entered the chamber. The castle has been restless in your absence, he informed her. Many humans searching, disrupting the usual patterns. The one called Black has been near, though never within my reach. You've sensed him? Wednesday asked with interest. His scent has touched the edges of the grounds, Kairos confirmed. Strange, both human and canine, mingled together. And not the smell of fear or madness that the others claim. This information intrigued Wednesday. What does he smell like, then? Determination, Kairos hissed after considering. Purpose. And grief, old grief, worn like a second skin. Wednesday made a note of this in her journal. The official narrative around Sirius Black, mad mass murderer, fanatical supporter of Voldemort, didn't align with Kairos's assessment. Something more complex was occurring. She shared this observation with Luna during their next study session in the library. That matches what the gulping Plimpies have been saying, Luna nodded seriously. Daddy published an article suggesting Black might be innocent, that's why the Ministry has deployed Dementors. They're not here to catch him but to silence him. Wednesday had learned to filter Luna's statements, separating the factual content from the unusual delivery. The timing of his escape is interesting, 12 years after his imprisonment, coinciding with renewed rumors about the Dark Lord's potential return. And his focus on Harry Potter, Luna added. Everyone assumes he wants to kill Harry, but what if he's trying to protect him? From what? Luna's protuberant eyes were unusually focused. From whoever really betrayed Harry's parents. The two girls looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. There was more to the Sirius Black situation than appeared on the surface, but investigating further would be dangerous, particularly with the school already on high alert. Wednesday turned her attention back to immediate concerns, her continued research with Snape, preparing for spring exams, and their ongoing efforts to help Hagrid with Buckbeak's defense. The Hippogriff's case had become something of a rallying point for their unlikely trio, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione, each contributing their unique perspectives and skills. Hermione focused on legal precedents and procedural requirements, ensuring Hagrid's paperwork was impeccable. Luna leveraged her father's connections to gather insider information about the committee's deliberations. Wednesday contributed a cold, logical analysis of the case that highlighted the economic and research value of keeping Buckbeak alive rather than executing him. Hippogriff feathers are worth 17 galleons per ounce in potion ingredients markets, she explained, adding this information to their defense document. A healthy specimen produces approximately 12 ounces per molting season. Over a typical lifespan of 50 years, that represents significant ongoing value compared to a single executioner's fee. That's a bit calculated, Hermione observed uncomfortably. We're trying to save Buckbeak's life because it's the right thing to do, not because of his monetary value. Different arguments persuade different people, Wednesday replied pragmatically. The committee includes 3 former businessmen who will respond to economic reasoning. Despite their efforts, the case remained precarious. Lucius Malfoy's influence extended throughout the ministry, and formal procedures often masked predetermined outcomes. As February turned to March, Hagrid received notice that the committee would render its final decision in April. During this period, Wednesday continued her regular visits to Kairos, often bringing updates on their progress with Buckbeak's case. The Basilisk listened with interest, offering occasional insights from his centuries of observing human behavior. Power rarely yields to justice, Kairos observed after hearing about Lucius Malfoy's latest interference. But it does yield to greater power, or to fear. You're suggesting intimidation, Wednesday surmised. I merely observe patterns, Kairos replied. Throughout history, those who control the definition of dangerous creature have feared creatures with power they cannot control. Your hippogriff friend is a symbol of that fear. As are you, Wednesday noted. Indeed, Kairos acknowledged. Yet here I remain, protected through alliance rather than submission. Perhaps your hippogriff requires similar protection, not through legal means alone. This conversation planted a seed in Wednesday's mind. Legal arguments might not be enough to save Buckbeak, they needed leverage, or as her father would say, an ace up their sleeve. She broached the subject carefully with Luna and Hermione during their next strategy session. We should prepare for the possibility that the committee rules against Buckbeak despite our efforts, she began. We need a contingency plan. Like what? Hermione asked. An appeal to the Wisengamot? More direct action, Wednesday suggested. If the system fails, we circumvent it. Luna nodded thoughtfully. You mean helping Buckbeak disappear before they can execute him? That would be illegal. Hermione protested, then lowered her voice. Wouldn't it? Only if we're caught, Wednesday pointed out. And only if we do it obviously. What are you suggesting? Hermione asked, both alarmed and intrigued. Wednesday laid out a tentative plan. If the committee ruled for execution, they would help Hagrid relocate Buckbeak to the Chamber of Secrets temporarily, where he would be beyond the Ministry's reach. From there, they could arrange more permanent sanctuary, perhaps with the Addams family, who maintained a preserve for dangerous creatures on their extensive grounds. The chamber? Hermione repeated incredulously. But that's, Harry sealed it after defeating the Basilisk. Wednesday and Luna exchanged glances, realizing Hermione still believed the official story. The chamber is accessible, Wednesday said carefully. And secure. No one would think to look there. But how would you? Hermione began, then stopped as understanding dawned. You can access it, can't you? That's why you've been researching basilisks and Parseltongue all year. Wednesday considered her options. Hermione was brilliant and increasingly trustworthy, but sharing Kairos's existence remained a calculated risk. I found the chamber during my first year, she admitted finally. Before Potter. I've been studying it since then. But the basilisk, Hermione started. Is a separate discussion, Wednesday cut her off. What matters is that I have access to a secure location where Buckbeak could be temporarily housed if necessary. Hermione looked torn between academic curiosity and moral concern. This is a lot to process, Wednesday. You've been keeping some significant secrets. Everyone keeps secrets, Wednesday replied simply. The question is whether you trust my motives. Which are? Hermione challenged. To prevent the needless destruction of a valuable creature, Wednesday said. The same as yours. After a long moment, Hermione nodded slowly. All right. I don't need to know everything right now. But if we're going to work together on this, we need to trust each other. Agreed, Wednesday said. So, are you in? If the legal options fail, Hermione stipulated, then yes, I'm in. But we try everything else first. With that understanding reached, they continued refining both their legal strategy and their contingency plan. Luna took responsibility for creating a distraction if needed, while Hermione worked out the logistics of moving a large, potentially uncooperative hippogriff through the castle undetected. Wednesday handled the most crucial element, preparing the chamber for a possible new inhabitant. This required careful consultation with Kairos, who was surprisingly receptive to the idea. The hippogriff would stay in the outer chamber, Wednesday explained, indicating an area separate from Kairos's main nesting space. Temporary arrangements until we can transport him elsewhere. You would make my domain a sanctuary, Kairos observed, more statement than question. If necessary, Wednesday confirmed. Does this concern you? The basilisk was silent for a moment, his massive coils shifting thoughtfully. No, he decided finally. It is, fitting. This chamber was built for protection, though Slytherin's descendants corrupted that purpose. Returning to the original intent seems appropriate. Then you agree? I do, Kairos hissed. But the hippogriff must show proper respect. I will not tolerate challenge in my territory. Understood, Wednesday nodded. I'll ensure he knows the hierarchy. With Kairos's approval secured, Wednesday began preparing the outer chamber, creating a comfortable space with fresh straw, water, and enough room for a hippogriff to move around. She also strengthened the protective runes around the chamber, ensuring they would prevent detection by any magical searches the ministry might conduct. As these preparations continued, the date for the committee's decision drew nearer. Hagrid received notice that representatives would arrive at Hogwarts on April 20th to inspect Buckbeak one final time before rendering judgment. The day before this inspection, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione visited Hagrid in his hut to review their strategy. "Ye've all been so good to help," Hagrid sniffled, wiping his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "Don't know what I'd have done without ye. Remember the key points we discussed," Hermione instructed, indicating the notes they'd prepared. "Emphasize Buckbeak's training and predictable behavior. Show them how he responds to commands. And mention his rare silver-gray coloring," Luna added dreamily. "Committee Chairman Digglewort collects silver magical artifacts. He'll appreciate the connection. If they ask about the incident with Malfoy, stick to the facts," Wednesday advised. Malfoy ignored explicit warnings and provoked a predictable defensive reaction. Buckbeak showed restraint by merely scratching rather than attacking with full force. Hagrid nodded, trying to compose himself. "I'll do me best. But if they rule against him?" His voice broke. "Then we implement Plan B," Wednesday said firmly. "But let's focus on Plan A for now." The inspection the following day proceeded with tense formality. 3 committee members arrived, led by an elderly wizard with a silver monocle who Wednesday identified as Chairman Digglewort. They observed Buckbeak in the paddock behind Hagrid's hut, taking notes as Hagrid demonstrated the hippogriff's training and obedience. Watching from a distance, Wednesday noted with satisfaction that Luna's suggestion had hit its mark. Digglewort seemed particularly interested in Buckbeak's silver-gray feathers, even requesting one that had fallen naturally for the committee's records. The inspection concluded without any clear indication of which way the committee was leaning. The members thanked Hagrid stiffly, informed him that their decision would be delivered within 48 hours, and departed for the ministry. "What do you think?" Hermione asked anxiously as they watched the committee members walk toward the castle gates. Digglewort was impressed, Luna observed. The female member less so. The third one just wanted to finish before lunch. 2-1 against, Wednesday assessed coldly. Unless Digglewort's interest in silver magical items outweighs the political pressure from Malfoy. So we should prepare for Plan B, Hermione concluded reluctantly. Wednesday nodded. Tonight. We need everything in place before their decision arrives. That evening, under cover of dinner in the Great Hall, the three girls finalized their preparations. Luna created a series of distraction devices, small objects enchanted to create loud noises and colorful smoke when activated. Hermione refined a disillusionment charm that, while not perfect, would help conceal their movements. Wednesday retrieved a vial of her experimental basilisk venom neutralizing agent from Snape's laboratory, a precaution in case Buckbeak and Kairos had an unexpected confrontation. Remember, Wednesday instructed as they finalized their plans in an empty classroom, if the ruling comes back for execution, we'll have very little time. The ministry will send representatives immediately to prevent exactly what we're planning. We'll need to move Buckbeak at night, Hermione noted. Getting a hippogriff through the castle unseen during the day would be impossible. What about Hagrid? Luna asked. Should we tell him the plan? Wednesday considered this. Partial information only. He's not skilled at deception, his reaction must be genuine when they find Buckbeak missing. The next day passed in tense anticipation. Classes seemed interminable as they waited for news from the committee. Finally, during afternoon herbology, they saw Hagrid receiving an official-looking owl at his hut. Even from the greenhouse, they could tell from his slumped shoulders that the news was bad. As soon as class ended, they hurried to Hagrid's hut, finding him sobbing over a formal letter bearing the ministry seal. "They're executing him," he choked out, pushing the parchment toward them. "Tomorrow at sunset. They're sending an executioner and ministry witnesses. Poor Beaky." Wednesday scanned the document quickly, noting the executioner was already en route to Hogwarts. They had less time than expected. "Hagrid," she said firmly, cutting through his sobs, "listen carefully. We have a plan." "A plan?" He looked up, confused. "What do ya mean?" "The less you know, the better," Wednesday told him. "But tonight, before you go to bed, leave Buckbeak's paddock unlatched. Make sure his restraint can be easily removed." "But, do you trust us?" Hermione interrupted gently. "Course I do, but, then trust us now," she insisted. "We can help Buckbeak, but only if you follow our instructions exactly." Hagrid looked between the three girls, hope warring with confusion on his tear-streaked face. "You're not thinking of stealing him, are ye? Yet get in terrible trouble." "We're creating options," Wednesday corrected. "Leave the paddock unlatched, tell no one, and be genuinely surprised when you check on Buckbeak in the morning." That night, after ensuring most students were asleep in their dormitories, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione met outside the castle. The crescent moon provided just enough light to navigate but not enough to expose them as they made their way to Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid's light is out," Hermione whispered. "He must have gone to bed." "Good," Wednesday nodded. Luna, set the first distraction by the forbidden forest edge. Hermione, the disillusionment charm. Luna slipped away to place a small object at the designated location, while Hermione performed the charm on each of them in turn. The sensation was odd, like having cold water trickle down their bodies, but the effect was impressive, rendering them nearly invisible in the dim light. They approached Buckbeak's paddock cautiously. The hippogriff was awake, his intelligent orange eyes tracking their movement despite the disillusionment charm. When Wednesday removed the charm from herself, Buckbeak recognized her from Care of Magical Creatures class and watched her warily. "We need to bow," Hermione whispered, becoming visible beside Wednesday. "Show respect before approaching." The three girls bowed formally to the hippogriff, who studied them for a moment before bending his scaly front knees in acceptance. Wednesday approached slowly and unfastened his restraint while Luna kept watch. "Now the tricky part," Wednesday murmured. "Getting him to follow us." Hermione produced a bag of dead ferrets, Buckbeak's favorite food, according to Hagrid. The hippogriff's attention immediately fixed on the offering. "One now," Hermione said, tossing a ferret which Buckbeak caught and swallowed in one swift movement. "More when you follow us." Guiding a hippogriff through the grounds of Hogwarts at night proved challenging but not impossible. Buckbeak seemed to understand the need for stealth, moving with surprising quietness for such a large creature. When they reached the castle wall, Luna activated her first distraction device, causing a burst of noise and colored sparks near the Forbidden Forest. Right on cue, Wednesday noted as they watched Filch and his cat race toward the disturbance. "Now, quickly." They led Buckbeak through a side entrance that Wednesday had identified during her explorations with Kairos. The corridors were empty thanks to the late hour and the distraction, but they still moved carefully, using Luna's devices strategically to divert any nighttime wanderers away from their path. The journey to the second-floor bathroom seemed to take hours, though in reality it was less than 30 minutes. When they finally reached Moaning Myrtle's domain, they found her waiting as arranged. "Ooh, you brought a big one this time," Myrtle commented, floating above her usual toilet. "Not as impressive as your other friend, but still quite dramatic." "Thank you for keeping watch, Myrtle," Wednesday acknowledged. "Anyone else been through here tonight?" "Just Peeves, but I scared him away by threatening to flood the corridor again," Myrtle replied proudly. "He still hasn't forgotten the great bathroom deluge of 1989. Wednesday approached the sink with the snake carving and hissed the opening command. As the entrance revealed itself, Buckbeak shifted nervously, sensing the unfamiliar magic. "It's all right," Hermione soothed, offering another ferret. "We're taking you somewhere safe." The modified staircase was wide enough for the hippogriff, though he descended cautiously, talons clicking against the stone. Luna went ahead with her wand illuminated, while Wednesday took the rear, ensuring the entrance closed behind them. When they reached the main tunnel, Hermione gasped at the sight. Despite having heard about the chamber, seeing the ancient passageway with its damp walls and serpentine carvings was clearly overwhelming. "This has been under the school all along," she whispered. "It's enormous." "The main chamber is even larger," Wednesday informed her, leading the way forward. "But Buckbeak will stay in the antechamber we've prepared. The Basilisk's domain is further in." Hermione stopped abruptly. "The Basilisk? Wednesday, what are you talking about?" "Harry killed the Basilisk last year." Wednesday exchanged glances with Luna, who nodded encouragingly. "That's the official story," Wednesday acknowledged. "The reality is more complex. Kairos, the Basilisk, is very much alive and has been my friend since first year." Hermione's face went through a rapid series of emotions: shock, disbelief, fear, and finally confused curiosity. "You befriended Slytherin's monster? The creature that petrified me?" "That wasn't Kairos," Wednesday explained as they continued walking, guiding Buckbeak through the tunnel. "That was Tom Riddle using a different method and blaming the Basilisk. Kairos has been peaceful for centuries except when controlled by the heirs of Slytherin." "And you can control him?" Hermione asked, her voice higher than usual. "I don't control him," Wednesday corrected. "We have an understanding. A friendship." Before Hermione could process this revelation, they reached the inner door with its carved serpents. Wednesday hissed the command, and the door swung open to reveal the Chamber of Secrets in all its ancient glory. Hermione's academic curiosity momentarily overrode her concern as she took in the massive columns, the towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, and the cavernous space that few wizards had ever seen. "This is incredible," she breathed. "The architectural preservation alone is priceless. And those runes, they're not in any text I've studied." "Slytherin created his own runic system," Wednesday explained, guiding Buckbeak toward the prepared area. "Kairos helped me translate some of it." The chamber was originally designed as a sanctuary and last defense for the school, not just a hiding place for a weapon. And speaking of Kairos, Luna interjected dreamily, I believe he's waiting to meet our new guest. A slithering sound echoed through the chamber as Kairos emerged from one of the side passages, his massive form moving with fluid grace despite his size. Buckbeak immediately tensed, sensing a predator, his wings half-spreading in defensive posture. Hermione froze in terror at the sight of the basilisk, but Wednesday moved calmly between the two creatures. Kairos, she hissed in Parseltongue, this is Buckbeak, the hippogriff we discussed. He'll be staying temporarily. The feathered one fears me, Kairos observed, keeping his deadly eyes carefully lidded. As he should. He needs to understand you won't harm him, Wednesday explained. Can you demonstrate peaceful intent? The basilisk considered this request, then slowly lowered his massive head to the chamber floor in a gesture reminiscent of a bow, a universal sign of respect among magical creatures. After a moment's hesitation, Buckbeak responded in kind, bending his front legs in a formal hippogriff bow while maintaining eye contact with the floor rather than the basilisk's face. An intelligent creature, Kairos acknowledged. He may share my domain temporarily, provided he respects boundaries. Wednesday translated this for Hermione and Luna, who were watching the interaction with a mixture of fear and fascination. They're communicating, Hermione realized. Actually establishing territory boundaries. This contradicts everything written about basilisks. Most who encounter basilisks don't live to write about it, Wednesday pointed out. And those who control them through force see only what they expect, a weapon, not an intelligent being. With the initial introduction complete, they settled Buckbeak into his prepared space. The hippogriff seemed to understand the unusual arrangement, remaining alert but no longer openly fearful of Kairos. We've done it, Luna said, her dreamy voice tinged with satisfaction. Buckbeak is safe from the executioner. For now, Wednesday cautioned. This is temporary. We still need to arrange permanent sanctuary. And explain his disappearance, Hermione added, practical even in the midst of rule-breaking. The ministry will investigate. Let them, Wednesday shrugged. They'll find nothing. Hagrid will be genuinely surprised, the paddock will be empty with no signs of forced entry, and Buckbeak will be beyond their reach. They spent another hour ensuring Buckbeak was comfortable and reinforcing the protective runes around the chamber. Before leaving, Wednesday had a final conversation with Kairos. We'll return tomorrow night, she promised the basilisk. To check on both of you. Are you certain this arrangement is acceptable? The feathered one is no threat to me, Kairos assured her. And I find his presence interesting. It has been centuries since I interacted with other magical creatures. Thank you for this, Wednesday said. It may help change how wizards view creatures they've deemed dangerous without understanding. A worthy goal, Kairos acknowledged. Though I doubt human nature changes so easily. Sometimes it takes a shock to alter perspective, Wednesday observed. And a dangerous creature protecting another dangerous creature against human injustice might provide exactly that. The girls returned to their respective dormitories undetected, though exhausted from the night's activities. Wednesday fell asleep planning their next steps and wondering how the wizarding world would react to Buckbeak's mysterious disappearance. The answer came sooner than expected. At breakfast the next morning, a clearly distraught Hagrid burst into the great hall, making a beeline for the staff table where he spoke urgently to Dumbledore. The headmaster's face remained calm, but he rose immediately, followed by Professors McGonagall and Snape, and the three hurried out with Hagrid. It's begun, Wednesday murmured to Luna, who had joined her at the Slytherin table, a breach of tradition that raised eyebrows but had become increasingly common as their friendship became known throughout the school. By lunch, the entire school was buzzing with the news. Buckbeak had vanished overnight, with no signs of forced entry to his paddock, no tracks leading away, and no explanation for his disappearance. The ministry representatives who had arrived to witness the execution were furious, demanding a full investigation and suggesting Hagrid had orchestrated the hippogriff's escape. Dumbledore defended Hagrid, Hermione reported, joining them in the library that afternoon. Said he'd been in the castle all night and that multiple witnesses could confirm it. They're calling it a magical creature liberation and blaming activists. Technically accurate, Luna observed dreamily. We are activists for creature rights. The ministry's bringing in specialists to track Buckbeak, Hermione continued. Magical trackers with detection spells. What if they find the chamber? They won't, Wednesday replied confidently. The protective runes we placed disrupt tracking magic. Besides, no one would think to look beneath the castle, they'll focus on the forbidden forest and beyond. Her confidence proved justified. Over the next several days, ministry officials and specialized trackers combed the castle grounds and surrounding areas with no success. Theories abounded, from secret hippogriff migration patterns to involvement by Sirius Black, a particular favorite of the Daily Prophet. Lucius Malfoy made a brief, stormy appearance at the castle, clearly outraged that his orchestrated execution had been thwarted. His confrontation with Dumbledore in the entrance hall drew a crowd of students, who witnessed Malfoy's thinly veiled threats and Dumbledore's serene but firm responses. The loss of the hippogriff is regrettable, Dumbledore was overheard saying, but perhaps it suggests the creature was more intelligent than given credit for. Many magical beings have ways of evading fate when they sense it approaching. Through it all, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione maintained their innocence, expressing appropriate surprise and curiosity about Buckbeak's disappearance. Only Snape seemed suspicious, his dark eyes following Wednesday with calculated assessment whenever their paths crossed. Meanwhile, they established a rotation for caring for Buckbeak in the chamber. Every evening, one of them would slip down to check on the hippogriff and Kairos, bringing fresh food and ensuring both creatures were coexisting peacefully. To their surprise, Kairos and Buckbeak had developed what could only be described as a cautious mutual respect. The Basilisk seemed genuinely interested in the hippogriff, observing his behaviors and occasionally engaging in what Wednesday translated as philosophical discussions about the nature of flight versus subterranean movement. Kairos has been alone for so long, Wednesday explained to Hermione during one visit. Having another intelligent magical creature to interact with is stimulating for him. It contradicts everything I've read about basilisks, Hermione marveled, watching from a safe distance as Kairos demonstrated how he could climb the chamber walls using minute muscular adjustments while Buckbeak watched with apparent interest. They're supposed to be solitary predators with minimal social capacity. Most magical creature classification is based on fear rather than research, Wednesday pointed out. Humans encounter a deadly being, survive through luck or skill, and write accounts colored by terror rather than understanding. As the excitement over Buckbeak's disappearance gradually subsided, they turned to the next phase of their plan, finding permanent sanctuary for the hippogriff. This proved more challenging than expected. The Addams family preserve was an option, but transporting a hippogriff across the Atlantic without detection would require complex magic and timing. What about Charlie Weasley? Luna suggested during one of their planning sessions in the chamber. He works with dragons in Romania. Dragons are more dangerous than hippogriffs, they might have protocols for protecting threatened magical creatures. That's brilliant, Luna, Hermione brightened. I could ask Ron to contact Charlie. We wouldn't have to explain everything, just that we know someone trying to help Buckbeak escape the execution order. Romania would be far enough from British ministry jurisdiction, Wednesday acknowledged. And a dragon preserve would have the space and expertise to handle a hippogriff. With this new direction, Hermione cautiously approached Ron Weasley, framing their request as a hypothetical situation. To their relief, Ron was enthusiastic about involving his brother, especially when presented as a way to thwart the Malfoys. Charlie's response came a week later. He would be in Scotland the following month for a conference on dragon breeding and could arrange transport for a special package back to Romania, no questions asked. It's working out perfectly, Hermione said, relief evident in her voice. We just need to keep Buckbeak hidden for 3 more weeks. Those 3 weeks proved more challenging than anticipated. The strain of maintaining their secret, caring for Buckbeak, and keeping up with their regular studies began to wear on all 3 girls. Additionally, The castle remained on high alert due to another serious black sighting, this time reportedly on the grounds themselves. During this period, Wednesday continued her regular work with Snape on the Basilisk venom-neutralizing agent, which had progressed to testing against full-strength venom, carefully collected from Kairos during their evening visits. The efficacy has improved significantly, Snape noted during one session, examining a neutralized sample under magical magnification. 23 minutes of full protection in laboratory conditions. The modified Bezoar preparation was the key breakthrough, Wednesday replied, making precise notes in her journal. Combined with the Phoenix tears, it creates a temporary binding effect on the venom's destructive properties. Snape studied her with narrowed eyes. Your understanding of venom interactions exceeds most seventh years, Miss Addams. One might wonder where you developed such specialized knowledge. Family background, Wednesday answered smoothly. The Addams library contains several rare texts on toxic substances. Indeed, Snape said dryly. And your ongoing access to fresh basilisk venom samples is purely coincidental, I suppose. Wednesday met his gaze steadily. Do you really want me to answer that question, Professor? After a long moment, Snape's lips thinned. Complete your notes and clean your workstation. We'll continue next week. As the date for Charlie Weasley's arrival approached, they finalized their transfer plan. The exchange would happen at night, using a remote section of the grounds near the Forbidden Forest. Buckbeak would be led through a different castle exit than they'd used before, minimizing the chance of establishing a pattern that might be detected. 2 nights before the scheduled transfer, Wednesday visited Kairos alone to explain the plan and thank him for his patience with their temporary guest. The hippogriff has been educational, Kairos acknowledged. His perspective from the air complements my knowledge of the underground. Together, we have mapped weaknesses in the castle's defenses that neither could have identified alone. You've been comparing notes on castle security? Wednesday asked, surprised. Is that not what allies do? Kairos replied. Share knowledge for mutual benefit? This unexpected development gave Wednesday pause. The idea of Kairos and Buckbeak collaborating, even in this limited way, suggested possibilities she hadn't considered, intelligent magical creatures forming alliances based on shared interests rather than species. Would you be interested in continuing such exchanges? She asked. Not with Buckbeak specifically, but with other creatures perhaps. Kairos's tongue flicked thoughtfully. After centuries of isolation, I find the stimulation of new perspectives not unpleasant. Though few creatures could enter my domain safely. We could arrange intermediaries, Wednesday suggested. Like Luna or myself. A council of creatures, Kairos mused. Speaking through human translators. An unusual concept, but not without merit. This conversation planted the seed for what would eventually become Wednesday's most ambitious project at Hogwarts, but immediate concerns took precedence. The transfer of Buckbeak to Charlie Weasley's care had to be their focus. The night of the transfer arrived with perfect conditions, cloudy skies obscuring the moon, a light wind to carry away sounds, and most importantly, a Quidditch practice session that kept many students and staff occupied on the opposite side of the grounds. Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione executed their plan with the precision born of practice. Luna's distraction devices created strategic diversions, Hermione's improved disillusionment charms concealed them effectively, and Wednesday's knowledge of the castle's secret passages enabled them to guide Buckbeak safely to the rendezvous point. Charlie Weasley, a stocky young man with burn-scarred arms and a friendly face, waited at the edge of the Forbidden Forest with what appeared to be an ordinary trunk. Expansion charm, he explained in a whisper when they arrived with Buckbeak. Comfortable interior with enough space for him to move around. Air-refreshing spells, food and water dispensers. He'll be fine for the journey. Hermione looked concerned. He won't be frightened, trapped in there. Got a mild calming draft mixed in with his water, Charlie assured her. Not enough to sedate him, just to keep him comfortable. Did this with a Norwegian Ridgeback a couple years back, worked perfectly. After a final check of the expanded trunk's interior, which indeed resembled a comfortable stable rather than a container, they guided Buckbeak inside. The hippogriff seemed to understand this was the next step in his journey to freedom, entering with minimal resistance after a reassuring pat from each of the girls. "I've got an international port key leaving in an hour," Charlie told them, securing the trunk. "By this time tomorrow, he'll be flying free over the Romanian mountains, well beyond the British ministry's jurisdiction." "Will we receive updates?" Wednesday asked. "Monthly reports on a rotating owl schedule," Charlie confirmed. "Nothing traceable back to you. As far as anyone's concerned, I'm just transporting specialized equipment for the Dragon Preserve." With final thanks and a promise to keep their involvement secret, they watched Charlie disappear into the forest with his precious cargo. Their mission was complete, Buckbeak was safe. "We did it," Hermione whispered as they made their way back to the castle. "We actually saved him. And challenged an unjust system," Luna added dreamily. "The Nargles are very impressed." "One small victory," Wednesday noted. "But perhaps a beginning." Their triumph was nearly marred by disaster when, just as they re-entered the castle through a side door, they encountered Snape patrolling the corridor. "Out for an evening stroll?" he asked silkily, dark eyes taking in their slightly disheveled appearance. "How coincidental that it should happen on the very night our gamekeeper reported unusual activity at the forest edge." "We were collecting moon seeds, Professor," Wednesday replied without hesitation, producing a small pouch she prepared for just such an encounter. "They're most potent when gathered under a waning moon. For our experimental potion." Snape's eyes narrowed as he inspected the seeds. 3 students risking expulsion for potion ingredients. How dedicated. "It was my idea, Professor," Hermione interjected. "For my independent research project on neutralizing agents. And I was watching for crumplehorn snorkax," Luna added serenely. "They're attracted to moon seeds." Snape looked between the 3 of them, clearly suspicious but lacking evidence of greater wrongdoing. 10 points from each of your houses for being out after curfew. Return to your dormitories immediately." As they hurried away, Wednesday caught Snape's final murmured comment, "Dedicated indeed. Or covering for something far more interesting." In the days that followed, they maintained a low profile, focusing on their studies and regular activities. The official search for Buckbeak had been scaled back, with the ministry releasing a statement that the hippogriff had likely fled to the mountains of Scotland and would be dealt with if ever recaptured. Their final visit to the chamber that term was bittersweet. Kairos seemed genuinely regretful to learn of Buckbeak's departure. "The feathered one was surprisingly insightful for a creature so young," the Basilisk commented. "Merely a century old, yet wise in the ways of the sky as I am of stone and earth." "You'll have other visitors," Wednesday assured him. "Luna and I will return next year, and perhaps we can arrange for other intelligent creatures to communicate with you." "I would welcome this," Kairos acknowledged. "Isolation has been my constant companion for centuries. I find I no longer prefer it as I once did." As the school year drew to a close, one final dramatic event captured everyone's attention. Sirius Black was reportedly captured, only to escape again under mysterious circumstances that somehow involved Harry Potter, Hermione, who was suspiciously tight-lipped about the whole affair, and a hippogriff that witnesses claimed to have seen flying past the castle windows. Time magic, Wednesday surmised when she confronted Hermione privately about the rumors. "You used a time-turner to help Black escape. And the hippogriff witnesses saw wasn't Buckbeak, unless you somehow retrieved him from Charlie Weasley in Romania, which seems improbable." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between keeping secrets and sharing with someone who had trusted her with equally significant information. "I can't tell you everything," she said finally. "But yes, there was time magic involved. And no, it wasn't Buckbeak, it was another hippogriff temporarily transfigured to look similar. A necessary misdirection to protect multiple innocent lives." Wednesday nodded, respecting the boundaries. "Sirius Black is innocent of the charges against him," she stated rather than asked. Kairos sensed it in his scent, determination and grief, not murderous intent. Kairos was right, Hermione admitted. Sirius was framed. The real culprit is still out there, and he's dangerous. Very dangerous. Peter Pettigrew, Wednesday guessed, connecting various pieces of information she'd gathered throughout the year. Supposedly killed by Black, but actually alive and hiding. Probably as an animagus, given the hints in the old records I found. Hermione's eyes widened. How did you research? Wednesday said simply. And listening to what isn't said as much as what is. As their second year at Hogwarts concluded, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione found themselves bound by shared secrets and accomplishments that had transformed their initial tentative alliance into genuine friendship. They had saved Buckbeak, protected Kairos, developed a promising basilisk venom-neutralizing agent, and in their own way, struck a small blow for magical creature rights. On the Hogwarts Express heading home, they shared a compartment and made plans for the coming year. The Quidditch World Cup is being held in Britain this summer, Hermione mentioned. I might attend with the Weasleys. Either of you interested? Father has already secured tickets, Wednesday confirmed. The Addams family rarely misses major sporting events where significant injuries are statistically likely. Daddy's covering it for the Quibbler, Luna added. He says international gatherings are perfect opportunities to spot conspiracy evidence. Perhaps we could all meet there. They agreed to coordinate their attendance, each looking forward to a brief reunion before their third year began. As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Wednesday spotted her family waiting on the platform, an unmistakable group in their formal black attire among the colorfully dressed wizarding families. Your family is here again, Hermione observed, peering out the window. Your uncle appears to be licking a lamp post. Checking the electrical current, Wednesday explained matter-of-factly. He can taste the difference between London power grids and American ones. Fascinating, Luna said sincerely. My father does something similar with puddles to detect nargles. Hermione shook her head, but with a fond smile. I'm going to miss you both this summer. Our study sessions and extracurricular activities. We created something important, Wednesday noted. Not just saving Buckbeak, but proving that creatures classified as dangerous can coexist peacefully when treated with respect. A foundation for more, Luna agreed dreamily. The Nargles say next year will bring even greater adventures. As they disembarked and went their separate ways, Hermione to her waiting Muggle parents, Luna to her eccentric father, and Wednesday to the macabre gathering of Addamses, each carried with them the knowledge that they had changed the course of events at Hogwarts in ways both visible and hidden. For Wednesday, gazing back at the scarlet steam engine as Gomez enthusiastically pumped her hand in greeting, the year had reinforced a central Addams family truth: monsters were often misunderstood, power was neither good nor evil but defined by its use, and the most dangerous creatures weren't always the ones with fangs or claws. Sometimes, they wore ministry badges and carried execution orders. Tell us everything, Wednesday. Gomez exclaimed, twirling his mustache excitedly. Especially the dangerous parts. Later, Father, Wednesday replied, allowing herself the faintest hint of a smile. It's been an educational year. Morticia glided forward, placing a pale hand on her daughter's shoulder. You look different, darling. More focused. The darkness in you has deepened beautifully. I found my purpose, Wednesday acknowledged. Or at least the beginning of it. Nothing more satisfying than purpose. Gomez declared. Except perhaps explosions. Or tango dancing. Or a good impalement. As the Addams family made their way through the barrier to Muggle London, Wednesday's mind was already turning to the year ahead. Kairos would be waiting beneath Hogwarts, their research would continue, and perhaps most importantly, the foundation had been laid for something new, a reconsideration of how the wizarding world classified and treated magical creatures deemed dangerous by those who feared what they didn't understand. It was, Wednesday decided, a promising darkness indeed. Chapter 3, Serpents champion. The summer before Wednesday's third year at Hogwarts buzzed with unusual energy. The Quidditch World Cup approached, promising the largest gathering of international wizards in decades. But beneath the sporting excitement lurked darker currents, whispers of strange disappearances, unusual magical disturbances, and most troubling to the ministry, increased sightings of the dark mark in remote locations. The Addams family mansion vibrated with its own peculiar energy. Wednesday spent most days in Grandmama's laboratory, perfecting her basilisk venom-neutralizing agent with ingredients sourced from the family's extensive collection of rare and questionably legal substances. "The dilution ratio needs adjustment," Wednesday muttered, carefully adding 3 drops of phoenix tears to a bubbling cauldron. The mixture hissed, turned briefly crimson, then settled into a shimmering silver. "Try adding powdered moonstone," Grandmama suggested, peering over her granddaughter's shoulder. "Stabilizes volatile reactions between opposing magical forces. Used it myself when creating that love potion for your parents' anniversary, the one that made them temporarily swap personalities." "That explains Father's sudden interest in deadly nightshade arrangements," Wednesday noted, measuring the moonstone with precision. As she worked, her mind frequently returned to Kairos, alone beneath Hogwarts. Though she trusted the protective enchantments they'd established, recent dreams had left her uneasy, visions of the chamber flooded with strange light, of Kairos thrashing against invisible bonds, of a familiar black diary reforming from scattered ashes. "Just dreams," she told Homer, who watched from his expanded terrarium as she packed her potions equipment for the new term. Though Addams' dreams have a troublesome habit of becoming reality. The Quidditch World Cup provided a brief distraction. The Addams family's black tent stood out even among the wildly magical accommodations, smoking slightly and emitting occasional screams that Pugsley later claimed were atmospheric enhancements. Wednesday met with Luna and Hermione as planned, the 3 gathering in the Addams tent to exchange summer discoveries and plans for the coming year. "I've been researching magical creature legislation," Hermione announced, spreading out color-coded notes on a table that occasionally snapped at unwary fingers. "There's precedent for reclassifying creatures based on demonstrated intelligence and non-hostility. If we document Kairos properly, documentation creates vulnerability," Wednesday interrupted. "Ministry records can be accessed, manipulated, or used against us. But without official protection, Kairos remains at risk," Hermione argued. "What if someone else discovers him?" "The chamber's enchantments are secure," Wednesday replied. "And we've established emergency protocols." Luna, who had been examining a shrunken head mounted on the tent pole with dreamy interest, rejoined the conversation. "Both approaches have merit. Official protection provides legal recourse, while secrecy offers immediate safety. Perhaps a middle path." This became the foundation for their third-year strategy, building documentation in secure, private records while maintaining the chamber's protected status. Wednesday would continue her research with Professor Snape, gradually introducing theoretical frameworks for basilisk rehabilitation without revealing Kairos's existence. Hermione would develop the legal groundwork for creature reclassification. Luna would maintain their communication network, including the regular reports on Buckbeak from Charlie Weasley, now flourishing in Romania. Their planning session was cut short by chaos outside, screams different from those produced by the Addams tent, genuine terror rather than theatrical effects. Dark-robed figures moved through the campsite, wands raised, while floating above them were the suspended forms of the Muggle campground managers. "Death Eaters," Hermione gasped, peering through the tent flap. "We need to get to the woods." Wednesday calmly collected her wand and a small vial of silver liquid from her travel potions kit. "Death Eaters are just people with delusions of power. I've faced worse at family reunions." Nevertheless, she followed her friends outside, where they immediately encountered the Addams adults returning from their evening walk. Gomez's eyes were alight with excitement as he twirled his wand between his fingers. "Magnificent chaos," he declared. "Reminds me of the Portuguese Revolution of 1910. I was just a boy, but Uncle Lynx took me to watch the rioting. Educational experience." "Gomez, darling," Morticia interjected, placing a restraining hand on his arm as he prepared to charge toward the commotion. "Remember what happened the last time you joined a magical riot. The International Confederation still hasn't forgiven the spontaneous mountain range you created in Belgium. Gomez deflated slightly. You're right, cara mia. Besides, the children's safety must come first. We're going to the woods with my friends, Wednesday informed them. Excellent strategic thinking. Gomez approved. High ground, cover from spellfire, multiple escape routes. Your great-uncle Blackthorn would be proud. Take this, Morticia added, removing an amulet from her neck and placing it around Wednesday's. Addams' family protection charm. Works particularly well against curses cast with theatrical flourish, which, in my experience, is how most dark wizards operate. They prioritize style over efficiency. With the protection amulet secured and a promise to rendezvous at the Ministry's emergency portkey station, Wednesday led her friends toward the woods where other fleeing campers sought refuge. The forest buzzed with frightened whispers and disjointed groups trying to stay together in the darkness. They encountered Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and several other Gryffindors huddled near a massive oak tree. Has anyone seen Ginny? Ron asked frantically. We got separated when the crowd panicked. She was heading toward the water station when the commotion started, Hermione recalled. I'm sure she's with other Weasleys. Wednesday, however, felt a prickle of unease. Something about Ginny Weasley had troubled her since the chamber incident, periodic vacant expressions, moments of disorientation, and most concerning, occasional lapses into what sounded almost like Parseltongue. We'll look for her, Wednesday decided. Luna, check the eastern path. Hermione, stay with Potter and Weasley in case she returns. I'll search the perimeter. The forest grew darker and quieter as Wednesday moved away from the main groups. Her wand illuminated patches of underbrush and startled wildlife, but no sign of the youngest Weasley. Then, near a small clearing, she heard it, a familiar hissing sound that wasn't quite Parseltongue but carried the same sibilant cadence. Following the sound, she found Ginny standing alone in the clearing, her back to Wednesday, head tilted as though listening to something no one else could hear. Ginny. Wednesday called softly, approaching cautiously. The girl turned slowly, and Wednesday immediately noticed her eyes, slightly unfocused, with an unnatural sheen that reflected her wand light too brightly. Hello, Wednesday Addams, Ginny said, her voice overlaid with something deeper, more masculine. How interesting to find you here. Wednesday kept her wand steady, recognizing the signs of possession she'd researched extensively after their encounter with Riddle's diary. You're not Ginny Weasley. The girl's face contorted into a smile that belonged on an older, crueler face. Not entirely, no. But not fully someone else either. Let's call it, an echo. A persistent memory. Riddle, Wednesday identified. But how? The diary was destroyed. Was it? Not Ginny tilted her head. Or was that merely what you believed? Magic leaves traces, Wednesday Addams. Especially dark magic. Especially when it interacts with an impressionable young mind for months. Wednesday maintained her distance, mind racing through possibilities. The diary had been destroyed, she'd stabbed it herself with a basilisk venom-infused blade. But if Riddle had possessed Ginny for months before that, perhaps some fragment had remained, dormant until triggered by something. The dark mark, Wednesday realized aloud. The Death Eaters outside. They activated whatever remnant you left in her mind. Very good, not Ginny nodded approvingly. The girl never fully escaped me. A splinter remained, too small to control her, but present nonetheless. When my followers raised my mark tonight, that splinter resonated, expanded. Temporary, but useful. What do you want? Wednesday asked directly, subtly shifting her weight to a dueling stance her father had taught her. Currently. Information. Not Ginny began circling Wednesday slowly. My splinter self knows you discovered the chamber. Knows you somehow persuaded my basilisk to disobey its ancient commands. I want to know how. I didn't persuade Kairos of anything, Wednesday replied. I simply respected his intelligence instead of treating him like a weapon. Not Ginny's eyes flashed with anger. Kairos? You named my basilisk? No. I asked his name. There's a difference. This simple statement seemed to infuriate whatever fragment of riddle controlled Ginny. The girl's face contorted again, and she raised her wand with unnatural speed. Crucio, she snarled. Wednesday dove sideways, the curse missing her by inches. She rolled behind a fallen log as another spell, this one wordless, blasted bark into splinters where she'd stood. Impressive reflexes, not Ginny called. But you can't hide from Lord Voldemort. You're not Voldemort, Wednesday countered, quickly calculating angles for her counterattack. You're not even Tom Riddle. You're an echo, a shadow. Less than a ghost. Another blast shattered her cover, forcing Wednesday into the open. She fired back with precise aim, not at Ginny, but at the ground before her feet. Glacius fractum. The earth froze instantly, then cracked into jagged ice shards that exploded upward. Not Ginny stumbled backward, momentarily distracted, giving Wednesday the opening she needed. Stupefy. The stunning spell hit Ginny squarely in the chest, dropping her unconscious to the forest floor. Wednesday approached cautiously, wand still ready. She knelt beside the unconscious girl, placing 2 fingers against her throat to check her pulse. Steady, but with an unnatural coldness to her skin. Whatever fragment of riddle had possessed her was still present, merely suppressed by unconsciousness. A temporary solution at best. The forest had grown eerily quiet, the distant sounds of panic replaced by an unnatural stillness. Then, breaking the silence, came a shout from somewhere nearby, an incantation Wednesday didn't recognize. A blast of green light illuminated the trees, and something vast and glittering erupted into the sky. The dark mark, a colossal skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, hung above the forest, casting an eerie green glow over the clearing. Almost immediately, Ginny's body convulsed. Her eyes flew open, still showing that unnatural sheen, and her mouth formed a triumphant smile. He returns, not Ginny whispered. The time approaches when shadow becomes substance. Before Wednesday could respond, multiple popping sounds announced the arrival of wizards operating into the clearing. Ministry officials, wands drawn, looked from Wednesday to the unconscious girl to the dark mark overhead with expressions of shock and suspicion. Step away from her, commanded a balding wizard in rumpled robes. Drop your wand. She's possessed, Wednesday said calmly, not moving. By a fragment of Tom Riddle's consciousness. She's talking nonsense, another wizard muttered. Probably confounded. Barty, look at the Weasley girl, a witch interjected. Something's wrong with her. Ginny had begun to convulse again, her back arching unnaturally as a strange dark mist seemed to seep from her pores. The ministry officials backed away in alarm, but Wednesday moved closer, recognizing what was happening. The mark is strengthening him, she observed. Giving the fragment enough power to separate from her. What in Merlin's name, the balding wizard began, but was interrupted as the mist coalesced into a semi-transparent figure, a handsome young man in Hogwarts robes with a Slytherin prefect badge. Ministry officials, Tom Riddle's shadowy form sneered. Always arriving too late to be useful. Chaos erupted as several officials fired spells simultaneously. The spells passed harmlessly through Riddle's misty form, which laughed coldly before dissolving back into shapeless darkness and flowing into the unconscious Ginny once more. Containment protocols, shouted the witch. Magical possession, category unknown. In the confusion that followed, Wednesday found herself separated from Ginny as ministry personnel established a magical quarantine around the girl. Medical specialists were summoned, parents contacted, and witnesses, including Wednesday, isolated for questioning. Hours later, after repetitive interrogations that yielded little, Wednesday was released to her concerned family. Morticia embraced her daughter with rare physical affection. We were about to launch a search and rescue operation, Gomez informed her, twirling his mustache anxiously. Had the explosives all prepared. Would have been spectacular. What happened to Ginny Weasley? Wednesday asked the ministry official who had escorted her. The wizard looked uncomfortable. She's been transported to St. Mungo's for assessment. That's all I'm authorized to say. Wednesday exchanged glances with her parents, a silent communication passing between them. This wasn't over, merely postponed. The remainder of the summer passed quickly, filled with preparations for the new school year and Wednesday's increasingly complex research. The Daily Prophet reported that Ginny Weasley had been treated for magical exhaustion and stress-induced hallucinations, following the World Cup incident, a transparent cover story that told Wednesday nothing about the girl's true condition. Her attempts to contact Hermione and Luna for more information yielded little. Communication seemed monitored, with owls occasionally returning with letters showing signs of having been opened and resealed. Even the Addams family's normally untraceable methods of communication faced unusual interference. The ministry's nervous, Gomez observed over breakfast one morning. Increased surveillance, travel restrictions, mysterious security consultants visiting magical communities. Reminds me of the magical purges in Bavaria in 1922. Your great-grandfather Darius found it most stimulating, spent 3 years living in a cemetery crypt to avoid detection. They fear Voldemort's return, Morticia added, methodically deadheading roses at the breakfast table. The dark mark at the World Cup wasn't a random act of nostalgia by former followers. Something is building. Wednesday considered this as she fed a particularly plump cockroach to Homer. The fragment I encountered wasn't at full strength, but it was growing. Feeding on Ginny's magic, possibly drawing power from the dark mark itself. Sympathetic magical resonance, Grandmama nodded knowingly from her cauldron in the corner. Like calls to like. Death to death, darkness to darkness. Useful principle in resurrection potions, not that I've ever needed one, of course, she added hastily at Gomez's questioning look. By the time September 1st arrived, Wednesday had compiled extensive notes on magical possession, soul fragments, and protective measures against them. Her trunk contained not only the usual school supplies but also specialized potions equipment, rare ingredients from the family stores, and most importantly, several vials of the improved Basilisk venom neutralizing agent. Platform 9 3/4 hummed with more than the usual start-of-term excitement. Aurors patrolled openly, checking identification and occasionally casting detection spells on suspicious luggage. Parents huddled in worried groups, casting frequent glances at the security measures. Right often, Morticia instructed, straightening Wednesday's already perfect collar. Your father has enhanced the family owls with additional protection spells, and small explosive devices in their talons, just in case. And remember, Gomez added, pressing a small package into Wednesday's hand, if real trouble comes, open this. Family emergency measure, passed down through generations. Only in dire circumstances, mind you, international magical treaties and all that. Wednesday nodded, tucking the mysterious package into her robes without question. Addams' family emergency measures typically violated multiple laws and occasionally altered local geography, but they were undeniably effective. On the train, she found Luna already waiting in their usual compartment, reading the Quibbler upside down as always. The magazine's headline blared, Rotfang conspiracy behind World Cup attack, exclusive interview with gumless witness. Hello, Wednesday, Luna greeted dreamily. You've gained an aura of purpose over the summer. Very focused, with interesting dark swirls around the edges. Wednesday took the seat opposite her friend. Have you heard anything about Ginny Weasley? Luna's protuberant eyes met Wednesday's directly, her normally dreamy expression sharpening. She returned home last week. The St. Mungo's healers claimed success, but Daddy visited the burrow and says she's different. Quieter. Writes constantly in a journal but hides it when anyone approaches. A journal? Wednesday's attention focused completely. What kind? Leather-bound. Black. New, according to Ginny's mother, who thinks writing is therapeutic for her. Luna's voice carried none of its usual whimsy. Wednesday, I think. The compartment door slid open, interrupting whatever Luna had been about to say. Hermione entered, looking tired but determined, her bushy hair even more voluminous than usual. "Sorry I'm late," she said, closing the door firmly behind her. "There was a situation with Ginny." "What happened?" Wednesday asked sharply. "She tried to leave the platform," Hermione explained, lowering her voice. "Not toward the train, toward the Muggle side. Mrs. Weasley caught her just before she went through the barrier. She claimed she'd forgotten something, but her eyes—" Hermione shuddered slightly. "They weren't right." The three friends exchanged grave looks, each recognizing the implications. "Is she on the train now?" Wednesday asked. Hermione nodded. "With Fred and George. They're watching her in shifts, Mrs. Weasley's orders. She claimed it was anxiety about returning to school, but I think she suspects something more. The fragment of Riddle is still active," Wednesday concluded. "Possibly stronger than before. The Ministry's treatment was inadequate. Or deliberately superficial," Luna suggested. "The Department of Mysteries has been researching possession for decades. Daddy says they keep victims for study rather than actually curing them." This speculation, which would normally have prompted skepticism from Hermione, instead received a thoughtful nod. The official report on Ginny's condition was classified. Mr. Weasley couldn't access it even with his ministry position. Wednesday leaned forward, laying out her conclusions methodically. Riddle's diary was destroyed, but a fragment of his consciousness remained attached to Ginny from her prolonged exposure. That fragment was dormant until activated by proximity to the dark mark at the World Cup. Now it's growing stronger, possibly taking control for short periods. "And the new journal?" Luna prompted. "A focus," Wednesday surmised. "Not the original diary, but a replacement, a vessel the fragment is using to strengthen itself. We need to get that journal," Hermione declared. "Before whatever's happening progresses further." "And then what?" Luna asked. "The fragment isn't contained in the journal alone anymore, it's partially within Ginny herself." Wednesday's dark eyes took on a calculating gleam. "We need Kairos. Basilisks have unique magical properties, including the ability to see magical bonds and possession that are invisible to humans. You think Kairos can help separate Riddle from Ginny?" Hermione asked, looking skeptical. "I think Kairos has existed for a millennium and has knowledge of magic far beyond what's recorded in any textbook," Wednesday replied. "At minimum, he can identify exactly what we're dealing with." Their planning session continued throughout the journey to Hogwarts, interrupted occasionally by other students stopping by, including a brief, tense visit from Draco Malfoy, who seemed uncharacteristically subdued and made only perfunctory attempts at insulting them before moving on. His father was identified as one of the masked figures at the World Cup, Hermione explained after he'd left. No charges were filed, the usual claims of being confounded, but the Ministry's watching the old Death Eater families closely. As the train approached Hogsmeade Station, they agreed on immediate priorities: monitoring Ginny, researching possession countermeasures, and consulting Kairos at the earliest opportunity. The welcome feast brought its usual announcements, including the surprising news that Hogwarts would host the Triwizard Tournament, a competition between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang that had been discontinued centuries ago due to the death toll. "Father will be delighted," Wednesday commented to Luna as they exited the Great Hall. "He's always appreciated competitive events with potential fatalities." More concerning than the tournament announcement was Wednesday's observation of Ginny throughout the feast. The youngest Weasley had sat apart from her usual friends, writing constantly in a black journal and occasionally whispering to herself. When Professor Dumbledore mentioned increased security measures for the coming year, Ginny's head had snapped up, her expression momentarily transforming into one of calculated assessment before resuming its vacant politeness. That night, unable to sleep, Wednesday made her first visit of the term to the Chamber of Secrets. The corridors were unusually well patrolled, forcing her to use lesser-known passages mapped during her previous explorations with Kairos. When she finally reached Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, she found the ghost waiting with uncharacteristic solemnity. "She's been here," Myrtle said without preamble. "The Weasley girl. Talking to the sinks in that hissing language." Wednesday felt a chill that had nothing to do with the bathroom's perpetual dampness. "When?" "Just after the feast," Myrtle replied. She couldn't open it though, kept getting frustrated, trying different words. Finally left when she heard a prefect coming. This was worse than Wednesday had anticipated. If Riddle's fragment was attempting to access the chamber already, their timeline had accelerated dramatically. She approached the sink with the snake carving and hissed the modified password she'd established with Kairos. The entrance opened, revealing the spiral staircase she'd created to replace the original slide. The chamber felt different immediately, colder, with an oppressive quality to the air that hadn't been present before. Wednesday moved cautiously, wand illuminated, senses alert for any disturbance. "Kairos," she called in Parseltongue. "Are you here?" A moment of silence, then the familiar sound of massive scales sliding against stone as Kairos emerged from one of the side passages. His movements seemed sluggish, lacking their usual fluid grace. "Little speaker," he greeted, his voice carrying an unfamiliar strain. "You return at last. Something is wrong." Wednesday approached, noting how the basilisk kept his massive head lower than usual, as if conserving energy. "You sense it too?" "The disturbance?" "More than sense," Kairos replied. "I feel it. A pulling, a call. Old magic awakening. The air's magic." "Riddle," Wednesday confirmed. "A fragment of him survived in the Weasley girl. It's growing stronger, trying to access the chamber again." Kairos's tongue flicked rapidly, tasting the air with agitation. "The compulsion returns. Faint but strengthening. Commands whispered across distance and time." This confirmed Wednesday's worst fears. Whatever remained of Riddle wasn't just possessing Ginny, it was actively attempting to reassert control over Kairos, to re-establish the magical compulsion that had bound the basilisk to the heir of Slytherin's will. "Can you resist it?" she asked directly. "For now," Kairos answered. "Our bond helps." "The ritual you performed, what ritual?" Wednesday interrupted, confused. "The sharing of secrets," Kairos explained. "When you gave your true name, your family history, your deepest fears. When I returned the same. Such exchanges have power beyond human understanding." Wednesday remembered those conversations during her second year, the nights spent talking with Kairos, sharing stories of the Addams family, listening to his millennium of observations. She hadn't realized those exchanges constituted a formal magical ritual, but it made sense. The oldest magic often worked through seemingly simple acts invested with meaning and intent. "The fragment is using a journal to focus its power," she informed Kairos. "Similar to the original diary, but new. It's also trying to access the chamber. It cannot enter without Parseltongue," Kairos said. "But the girl, she learned fragments of the speech during her possession. Incomplete, imperfect, but perhaps enough with the heir's guidance. We need to prepare," Wednesday decided. "Strengthen the chamber's protections, establish countermeasures if Riddle manages to enter." They worked through the night, Wednesday using her knowledge of ancient runes to create additional barriers that would respond only to her specific magical signature, while Kairos reinforced the physical aspects of the chamber's security, shifting passages, creating false walls, and establishing new escape routes should they become necessary. As dawn approached, Wednesday reluctantly prepared to leave. "I'll return tomorrow night with Luna and Hermione. We need to plan our approach to Ginny, how to separate her from the journal and eventually from Riddle's fragment." "Be cautious, little speaker," Kairos warned. The heir was cunning even as a student. His fragment will have that same cunning, that same patience. He will wait for the perfect moment to strike. Wednesday nodded, recognizing the wisdom in the basilisk's warning. "I'll be vigilant. And Kairos, if you feel the compulsion growing stronger, if you sense you might lose control, I will retreat to the deepest chambers, Kairos promised. Where even the air never ventured. Better isolation than becoming a weapon again. Classes resumed the next day, with Wednesday maintaining careful observation of Ginny whenever possible. The task was complicated by their different years and houses, but Luna's presence in Ravenclaw provided valuable intelligence. According to Luna, Ginny rarely spoke, spent most of her free time writing in the journal, and had begun taking unusual routes through the castle, often near abandoned corridors and sealed passages. She's mapping the school, Wednesday concluded during their hushed conference in the library that evening. Looking for alternative entrances to the chamber, or perhaps other secrets Slytherin left behind. We need to get that journal, Hermione insisted. Everything started deteriorating after she began writing in it. Direct confrontation would be counterproductive, Wednesday cautioned. If we try to take it by force, Riddle will know we're onto him. We need subtlety. Luna, who had been staring dreamily at a point above their heads, suddenly refocused. What about a switching spell? Replace her journal with an identical one? That could work, Hermione said slowly. We'd need a perfect replica, though, and to catch her when she's not actively writing in it. The replacement would need magical properties of its own, Wednesday added. Something that appears to function like the original but actually works against Riddle's influence. I have ideas from my family's library. They developed the plan further, assigning tasks according to their strengths. Hermione would create the physical replica, enhancing it with charms to match the original's appearance perfectly. Luna would track Ginny's movements, identifying the best opportunity for the switch. Wednesday would enchant the replacement journal with protective magic designed to contain and eventually neutralize whatever influence Riddle was exerting. Over the next week, they gathered supplies and prepared their countermeasures while continuing to monitor Ginny. The situation grew increasingly concerning. Ginny had stopped attending meals regularly, her class performance was deteriorating, and Luna reported overhearing her having full conversations with herself in empty classrooms. The journal replica was nearly complete when the plan encountered its first major complication. During Wednesday's regular potions session with Professor Snape, the potions master broached a subject she'd been carefully avoiding. Miss Addams, he said silkily, examining her latest batch of Basilisk venom neutralizing potion, I couldn't help but notice your recent research focus has shifted somewhat. Possession countermeasures, soul magic, magical tethering. Fascinating subjects, if somewhat beyond standard third-year curriculum. Wednesday continued bottling her potion, expression neutral. Academic curiosity, Professor. Indeed. Snape's dark eyes studied her with uncomfortable intensity. And would this academic curiosity have any connection to Miss Weasley's unusual behavior since returning to Hogwarts? Wednesday carefully set down her vial, meeting Snape's gaze directly. You've noticed it too. It wasn't a question, and Snape didn't treat it as one. I was present during her examination at St. Mungo's. The headmaster requested my expertise in certain relevant areas of magic. And your conclusions? Snape's lips thinned. That the ministry's treatment was inadequate at best, deliberately negligent at worst. The magical signature remained detectable, weakened but present. Tom Riddle's diary, Wednesday stated. A fragment survived in her. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, perhaps, that she knew this specific detail. The headmaster believes similarly. Which returns us to my original question, what exactly are you planning, Miss Addams? Wednesday calculated her options rapidly. Snape was dangerous, observant, highly skilled, and not easily fooled. But he was also opposed to Voldemort, despite his complicated history with the dark arts. Most importantly, he was already aware of Kairos's existence and had proven willing to maintain that secret. We're creating a specialized magical containment system, she explained, choosing her words carefully. A replacement journal enchanted to trap the fragment when transferred, followed by a ritual to separate it from Ginny completely. Snape raised an eyebrow. Myself, Luna Lovegood, and Hermione Granger. 3 third-year students attempting advanced soul magic, Snape said dryly. What could possibly go wrong? We have additional resources, Wednesday countered. Kairos has knowledge of ancient magic beyond what's recorded in any modern text. Snape was silent for a long moment, considering. The headmaster has his own plans regarding Miss Weasley's situation. Plans that do not involve student intervention. With respect, Professor, Dumbledore's plans often involve waiting for optimal circumstances while allowing situations to deteriorate. We prefer direct action. To Wednesday's surprise, something almost like amusement briefly crossed Snape's features. A fair assessment, if impertinent. He straightened, decision apparently made. Your containment approach has merit, but your ritual methodology is flawed. Soul fragments cannot be simply removed, they must be forced out through specific magical opposition. He moved to his private stores, extracting several ingredients and placing them on the work table. These will enhance your containment enchantments. As for the ritual. He hesitated, then continued reluctantly, I may have relevant research materials to consult. Wednesday recognized the significance of this offer. Why help us? Snape's expression darkened. Because the alternative is watching history repeat itself. The headmaster believes in redemption and second chances. I believe in preventing the circumstances that require them. With this unexpected alliance, their plan gained both sophistication and urgency. Snape provided critical insights into possession mechanics and soul magic, while maintaining plausible deniability about his involvement. He also confirmed their suspicion that Ginny was actively seeking entrance to the chamber, having caught her attempting to access several sealed passages known to connect to the lower levels of the castle. The replacement journal was completed 3 days later, an exact physical duplicate of Ginny's new diary, but layered with containment enchantments, absorption runes, and specialized curses designed to trap magical entities. The switching spell was prepared, requiring only the right opportunity to implement it. That opportunity came sooner than expected. 2 evenings later, as students gathered for dinner in the Great Hall, a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor table. Ginny had collapsed, convulsing violently, her eyes rolled back showing only whites. As teachers rushed to help, Wednesday, Luna, and Hermione exchanged knowing glances. This was no ordinary medical emergency. In the chaos that followed, with Ginny being transported to the hospital wing and students ordered back to their dormitories, Luna slipped away toward Gryffindor Tower. According to their intelligence, Ginny kept the journal beneath her mattress when not carrying it, an ideal opportunity to make the switch while everyone was distracted. Wednesday and Hermione waited tensely in an abandoned classroom nearby, the original plan already adapting to these unexpected circumstances. If Luna succeeded, they would proceed immediately to Phase 2, monitoring Ginny for changes once she began using the replacement journal. Luna returned 20 minutes later, slightly breathless but triumphant. It's done, she reported. The switch was clean, her dormitory was completely empty. Did you see the original? Wednesday asked. Luna nodded, her expression unusually grave. It was warm to the touch, like something living. And when I picked it up. She hesitated. It tried to communicate. Words appeared on the page, hello, Luna Lovegood. Hermione gasped. It knew you. How? It didn't say, Luna replied. But it seemed, amused. Like it expected something like this to happen. Wednesday felt a chill of premonition. Where's the original now? In the containment box you prepared, Luna assured her, patting her robe pocket where a small lead-lined box reinforced with specialized runes was concealed. I didn't write in it or respond to it. We need to take it to Kairos immediately, Wednesday decided. If Riddle's fragment knew Luna by name, it's more aware of our actions than we realized. The replacement might not fool it for long. They made their way cautiously to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, using the Marauder's map that Hermione had borrowed from Harry Potter under the pretext of prefect patrol planning. The castle was still in disarray following Ginny's collapse, with teachers and prefects focusing their attention on keeping students in their dormitories, making it easier than usual to reach the chamber entrance undetected. Myrtle greeted them with uncharacteristic anxiety, floating rapidly around the bathroom. She was here again, the ghost informed them. Right before she collapsed. Talking to the sinks, trying different words. She almost got it this time, the sink wobbled. This news accelerated their urgency. If Ginny, or rather, Riddle through Ginny, had nearly accessed the chamber, their timeline was collapsing rapidly. Wednesday opened the entrance, and the three descended into the darkness below. The chamber felt different again, the oppressive atmosphere had intensified, and there was a strange humming vibration in the walls themselves, as if the ancient magic of the place was disturbed. Kairos? Wednesday called in Parseltongue. We need you urgently. No immediate response came. They proceeded further into the main chamber, wands illuminated, senses alert for any disturbance. The massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed at the far end, its stone face seeming more malevolent than Wednesday remembered. Something's wrong, she murmured, just as a scraping sound echoed from one of the side passages. Kairos emerged, but his movements were jerky, uncoordinated, unlike his usual fluid grace. Little, speaker. He managed, his voice strained. The compulsion grows stronger. We have the journal, Wednesday told him, motioning for Luna to produce the containment box. Riddle's fragment has been communicating through it. Kairos's massive head lowered to examine the box Luna hesitantly placed on the chamber floor. His tongue flicked out, tasting the magic surrounding it. Powerful containment, he acknowledged. But not sufficient. The fragment is already divided, part in the journal, part in the girl. Separating them has only fragmented it further. What do you mean? Hermione asked, addressing the Basilisk directly for the first time. The soul piece can now exist, independently in multiple forms, Kairos explained with obvious effort. Your containment captured what was in the journal, but accelerated what remains in the girl. This was worse than they'd anticipated. Rather than weakening Riddle's hold on Ginny, they might have inadvertently strengthened it by removing the journal as a necessary anchor. How do we reverse it? Wednesday demanded. How do we extract what remains in Ginny? Kairos seemed to struggle, his massive coils shifting restlessly. Ancient magic, soul restoration ritual, requires the fragment to be made whole first. We need to reunite the fragments before we can remove them completely, Wednesday interpreted. Which means, bringing Ginny to the chamber, Luna finished. Where both fragments can be rejoined, then extracted. Hermione looked horrified. That's incredibly dangerous. If Riddle realizes what we're doing, he already knows we're interfering, Wednesday pointed out. Ginny's collapse wasn't random, it was Riddle's response to losing the journal. He's accelerating his possession to compensate. But how do we get Ginny down here? Hermione pressed. She's in the hospital wing, under observation. We don't bring her here, Wednesday said slowly, a plan forming. Riddle will bring her himself. What do you mean? Luna asked. Riddle wants access to the chamber, to Kairos. With the journal contained, he'll push harder through Ginny directly. Her collapse was just the beginning, he'll use her body to try to reach the chamber again, probably tonight while the school is sleeping. So we wait for him to bring her to us. Hermione looked skeptical. That seems tactically sound, Wednesday finished. We prepare the chamber for the confrontation on our terms, with Kairos as our ally. When Riddle brings Ginny here, we'll be ready. They spent the next hours preparing. Hermione established a perimeter of detection charms that would alert them when anyone entered the outer chamber. Luna created a series of magical mirrors positioned strategically to redirect a basilisk's gaze if necessary, a safety measure should Riddle manage to assert control over Kairos. Wednesday prepared the ritual space where they would attempt to reunite and then extract the soul fragments, using the ancient runes Kairos had taught her combined with the specialized knowledge Snape had provided. Throughout these preparations, Kairos remained with them, though his condition continued to deteriorate. The compulsion magic was clearly strengthening, requiring increasingly greater effort for him to resist. "I can maintain control," he assured Wednesday when she expressed concern. "But when the heir arrives, it will be more difficult. The proximity will strengthen his hold." "We'll work quickly," Wednesday promised. "Luna and Hermione will focus on subduing Ginny's body. I'll handle the ritual to extract Riddle." As midnight approached, they took their positions. Hermione and Luna concealed themselves behind pillars near the entrance, while Wednesday remained in the main ritual space with Kairos partially hidden in an adjacent passage. The containment box with the original journal sat at the center of a complex runic circle, ready to serve as the focus for reuniting the soul fragments. They didn't have to wait long. Shortly after midnight, the detection charms triggered, sending a subtle magical pulse through the chamber. Someone had entered the outer passage. "Positions," Wednesday whispered, and her friends melted deeper into their hiding places. Footsteps echoed through the chamber, a single person walking with purpose. Then Ginny Weasley appeared, but her movements were wrong, too fluid, too confident. Her eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and her expression held none of the vacant confusion they'd observed recently. This was Riddle in full control. "I know you're here, Wednesday Addams," Ginny's voice called, overlaid with masculine tones that created an unsettling harmonic. "You and your little friends. Playing with forces beyond your comprehension." Wednesday stepped into view, wand ready but not raised aggressively. "Hello, Tom. Or do you prefer Voldemort now?" Ginny's face twisted into a cold smile. "Such bravado. You think because you've temporarily contained a portion of me that you've gained the upper hand?" She patted her robe pocket. "Your replacement journal was clever, almost had me fooled. But the magic was wrong, too, protective. I've destroyed it already." "We assumed you would," Wednesday replied calmly. "It served its purpose." "Did it?" Riddle as Ginny tilted her head. "All it did was accelerate my plans. The girl is mine now, completely. No more sharing control, no more limitations. Except one," Wednesday noted. "You're still trapped in a child's body with a child's magical core. Not exactly the triumphant return you envisioned." Anger flashed across Ginny's features. "A temporary limitation. Once I claim my birthright," she gestured around the chamber, "I'll have options beyond this vessel." "You mean Kairos," Wednesday stated. "You want the Basilisk again." "My Basilisk," Riddle corrected sharply. "Bound to me by blood and ancient magic. Where is the creature hiding? I can feel its presence. Kairos makes his own choices now." "Kairos?" Riddle sneered. "You persist with this ridiculous name. The Basilisk has no name, it is a weapon, a tool of Slytherin's heir. Nothing more." Wednesday felt rather than heard Kairos's reaction from his hiding place, a ripple of anger through their connection. "You understand so little about the magic you claim as your birthright. Salazar Slytherin didn't create a mindless weapon, he forged an alliance with an intelligent, powerful being." "Charming philosophy," Riddle mocked. "But ultimately irrelevant. Blood calls to blood, magic to magic. The Basilisk will obey me, as it always has." He raised Ginny's voice to a commanding pitch and switched to Parseltongue. "Come forth, servant of Slytherin. Your master commands you." The chamber trembled slightly as the compulsion magic activated. From his hiding place, Kairos made a sound like a pained hiss, struggling against the ancient binding. "Come forth." Riddle commanded again, more forcefully. Slowly, visibly fighting each movement, Kairos emerged. His massive form seemed to ripple with the conflict between the compulsion and his own will, his head lowered as if bearing a great weight. "Yes," Riddle breathed, satisfaction evident in Ginny's voice. "You feel it, don't you? The binding that cannot be broken. Kneel before the heir of Slytherin." Kairos's struggle was visible, his enormous body trembling with the effort of resistance. Wednesday felt their connection straining, the bond they'd formed through trust and mutual respect now competing against magic forged in blood centuries ago. It was time to implement their plan. With a subtle gesture, Wednesday signaled to Luna and Hermione. They emerged from their hiding places, wands raised. Incarcerus! Hermione shouted, conjuring magical ropes that wrapped around Ginny's body. Silencio! Luna cast simultaneously, temporarily removing Ginny's voice. Riddle's expression contorted with rage as he fought against the physical restraints while unable to speak. Without Parseltongue commands, his control over Kairos weakened momentarily. Now, Wednesday! Hermione called. The ritual, quickly. Wednesday moved to the runic circle where the containment box sat. With precise movements, she activated the runes, causing them to glow with eldritch light. She spoke the incantation Kairos had taught her, ancient Parseltongue words that predated even Hogwarts, invoking magic rarely used in the modern era. The containment box opened of its own accord, the journal inside rising to hover above the circle. Simultaneously, a dark mist began to seep from Ginny's body, drawn toward its separated counterpart. It's working! Luna exclaimed, maintaining her focus on keeping Ginny immobilized. But Riddle wasn't defeated so easily. With a surge of magical energy that shattered Luna's silencing spell, he broke Ginny's voice free. Stop them, he commanded Kairos in Parseltongue. Kill the interlopers. Kairos convulsed, the compulsion magic strengthening as Riddle focused all his will upon it. The basilisk's head rose, his eyes beginning to open as the ancient command overrode his conscious control. Everyone down! Wednesday shouted. Close your eyes. Hermione and Luna dropped to the floor, eyes tightly shut. Wednesday, however, remained standing at the ritual circle, eyes open but averted from Kairos's direct gaze. Kairos, she hissed in Parseltongue, remember who you are. Not a weapon, a king among serpents. Your name is your power. The basilisk froze, caught between opposing forces, the ancient compulsion and Wednesday's reminder of his true nature. His massive head turned toward her, eyes partially lidded but dangerous nonetheless. Little speaker. He managed, fighting for each word. The binding is too strong, when directly commanded by the heir's blood. Then we change the equation, Wednesday decided. Reaching into her robes, she withdrew a small silver knife, the same one Uncle Fester had given her, now enhanced with Addams' family magic. Without hesitation, she drew the blade across her palm, letting blood well up. By my blood freely given, she hissed in Parseltongue, placing her bleeding hand on one of the chamber's serpent-carved pillars, I challenge the heir's claim. The chamber shuddered as ancient magic activated. The blood sacrifice, willingly offered rather than taken by force, created a magical counterpoint to Slytherin's original binding spell. Riddle sensed the shift immediately. No, he screamed through Ginny's mouth. Impossible. You are not of Slytherin's line. Magic recognizes intent and choice as well as blood, Wednesday replied calmly, maintaining her position as her blood seeped into the stone. Kairos chose me as his ally. I choose to stand as his defender. The opposing magical forces created visible disturbance in the chamber, ripples of energy coursing through the air, causing the water on the floor to vibrate in complex patterns. The soul fragment extraction ritual continued simultaneously, dark mist steadily pulling from Ginny toward the hovering diary. Kairos seemed to gain strength from Wednesday's actions, his resistance to Riddle's commands growing more effective. He positioned himself between Wednesday and Riddle, no longer responding to the heir's increasingly desperate commands. This isn't over, Riddle snarled, suddenly changing tactics. He directed Ginny's wand toward the ritual circle. Confringo. The blasting curse shot toward the hovering diary. Wednesday dove sideways, disrupting the ritual but avoiding the explosion that scattered the carefully arranged runes. The diary fell to the chamber floor, momentarily releasing its hold on the misty soul fragment. In the confusion, Riddle managed to break Ginny free from Hermione's restraining spell. He immediately cast again, not at Wednesday or her friends, but at the ceiling above them. Bombarda Maxima. Stone crashed down, forcing Luna and Hermione to scramble backwards to avoid being crushed. The tactical move separated them from Wednesday and the diary, giving Riddle room to maneuver. "You've interfered enough," he declared, advancing on Wednesday with Ginny's wand aimed at her heart. "I won't kill you quickly. First, you'll watch as I reclaim my basilisk, and then you'll experience pain beyond imagination." Wednesday maintained her calm, assessing options rapidly. The ritual circle was destroyed, but the magical principle remained valid: reunite the fragments, then extract them completely. She needed to get Riddle and the diary together again. "Your problem, Tom," she said, slowly shifting position to keep both Riddle and the diary in view, "is that you still think like a human, despite your efforts to transcend humanity. You see possession as control, domination of another's will." "Because that's what it is," Riddle sneered. "The strong subjugate the weak. Magic exists to enforce that natural order." "No," Wednesday countered. "Magic exists in relationship. Between caster and element, between creature and environment, between will and reality. Domination creates resistance. Relationship creates resonance." As she spoke, she moved subtly closer to where the diary lay. Kairos, sensing her intent, positioned himself to block Riddle's view partially, forcing him to divide his attention. "Philosophical nonsense," Riddle dismissed. "Worthy of Dumbledore at his most delusional. Magic is power, nothing more, nothing less." "Then why did you fail?" Wednesday asked bluntly. "If magic is merely power, and you were so powerful, why were you defeated by a child? Why are you reduced to possessing a schoolgirl instead of ruling the wizarding world?" Rage contorted Ginny's features. "Temporary setbacks. Circumstances beyond, circumstances you failed to understand," Wednesday interrupted. "Because you see only domination, never relationship. That's why you lost control of Kairos. That's why you'll lose now." With lightning speed, she lunged for the diary, simultaneously signaling Kairos with a specific gesture they developed during their years of friendship. The basilisk responded instantly, interposing his massive body between Wednesday and Riddle, blocking the cutting curse Riddle fired in response. "Luna, Hermione, now!" Wednesday called, clutching the diary. Her friends had used the distraction to circle behind Riddle. They cast simultaneously, Hermione a trip jinx that sent Ginny's body crashing to the floor, Luna a specialized binding spell that temporarily locked Riddle's access to Ginny's magic. Wednesday seized the moment of advantage. Without the ritual circle, she needed direct contact between the fragments. She pressed the diary against Ginny's chest, directly over her heart, while reciting a modified version of the extraction incantation. "No!" Riddle screamed, fighting against the restraints even as dark mist began pouring more rapidly from Ginny into the diary. "You cannot, this is exactly how it works," Wednesday said calmly, maintaining pressure on the diary. "The fragment seeks wholeness. Once reunited in the diary, we can destroy both together." The chamber's magical atmosphere intensified as the soul magic activated fully. Ginny's body arched unnaturally as the possession fought to maintain its hold, while the diary grew hot in Wednesday's hands, nearly burning her despite her natural Addams' resistance to pain. "Kairos," she called in Parseltongue, "we need your venom. Only that can destroy the diary completely once the fragments reunite." The basilisk moved closer, positioning his head near Wednesday's position. "Be ready," he warned. "When the fragments join, there will be a magical backlash." The process reached its critical point. Ginny's body suddenly went limp as the last of the dark mist transferred to the diary. The book began to vibrate violently, emitting a high-pitched sound at the edge of human hearing. "Now, Kairos!" Wednesday commanded, dropping the diary to the chamber floor and backing away rapidly. With precise control, Kairos opened his mouth, allowing a single drop of venom to fall directly onto the book. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The diary screamed with a human voice, black ink pouring from its pages like blood. The cover began to dissolve, revealing the writhing, semi-corporeal form of Tom Riddle trying to escape the destruction. "This isn't the end." Riddle's voice echoed, already growing fainter as the venom consumed the diary's magic. "I have other anchors, other pieces, you've won nothing." "We've won this battle," Wednesday corrected dispassionately, watching as the manifestation dissolved into nothingness. "The war continues." With a final, unearthly shriek, the diary and the sole fragment it contained disintegrated completely, leaving nothing but a small pile of corrupted, smoking ash on the chamber floor. Silence fell, broken only by the distant dripping of water from the chamber ceiling. Then Ginny gasped, her eyes flying open as she regained consciousness, free from possession for the first time in weeks. "What, where?" She looked around wildly, panic building as she took in the chamber, the basilisk, and the three girls surrounding her. "No, not here again, please, it's over, Ginny," Hermione said gently, helping her sit up. "Riddle is gone. Really gone this time." "But how?" Ginny's gaze fixed on Wednesday, recognition dawning. You were there, at the World Cup, you knew, we suspected," Wednesday corrected. "And took action when it became clear the Ministry's intervention had failed." Ginny's eyes filled with tears. "I could feel him growing stronger again, taking over more often. I tried to fight, but, no one blames you," Luna assured her, patting her hand. "Mind parasites are particularly difficult to combat without proper training." Ginny froze as she finally processed the massive form of Kairos nearby. The basilisk, it's still, Kairos is a friend," Wednesday stated firmly. "He was as much Riddle's victim as you were, forced to obey through magical compulsion against his will." To demonstrate this remarkable claim, Kairos lowered his massive head near the girls, his eyes carefully lidded to prevent accidental harm. His tongue flicked out gently, tasting the air around Ginny. "The air's taint is gone from you," he hissed in Parseltongue, which Wednesday translated. "Your magic flows clean again, young Firehair." Ginny stared in disbelief at this interaction, her worldview visibly rearranging itself. "I never imagined. I thought it was just a monster." "A common misconception," Wednesday noted. "One Riddle deliberately perpetuated." As the immediate crisis passed, practical concerns reasserted themselves. Ginny needed medical attention, explanations would be required for her disappearance from the hospital wing, and decisions had to be made about how much of the truth to reveal. "We should return to the castle," Hermione suggested. "Professor McGonagall must be frantic by now, discovering Ginny missing. And Dumbledore will know something significant has happened," Luna added. "The castle's magic always tells him." Wednesday nodded in agreement, but turned to Kairos first. "Are you free of the compulsion now? With Riddle's fragment destroyed?" The basilisk seemed to assess himself, testing the magical bonds that had constrained him for centuries. "The compulsion is, greatly weakened. Not gone entirely, it was woven too deeply into my creation. But manageable now, reduced to whispers rather than commands. We'll continue working on breaking it completely," Wednesday promised. "Now that we better understand how it functions." With careful coordination, they helped Ginny through the chamber passages and back up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. As expected, the castle was in uproar over Ginny's disappearance, with teachers and prefects searching every corridor and classroom. They were intercepted almost immediately by Professor McGonagall, whose expression shifted from anger to astonishment to concern in rapid succession. "Miss Weasley. Miss Granger. Miss Lovegood. Miss Addams. Where in Merlin's name have you been? The entire staff has been searching for hours." "Hospital wing first, questions later," Wednesday suggested, nodding toward Ginny's weakened state. "She needs medical attention." McGonagall's lips thinned, but she nodded sharply, conjuring a stretcher for Ginny. "The headmaster will want a full explanation," she warned as they hurried toward the hospital wing. And he'll receive one, Wednesday agreed. Though perhaps not the one he expects. The aftermath unfolded predictably. Dumbledore interviewed each of them separately, his blue eyes twinkling with that particular mixture of concern and calculation that characterized his approach to unusual student activities. When Wednesday's turn came, she entered his office to find not only the headmaster but also Professor Snape, whose expression revealed nothing of his prior involvement in their plans. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore greeted, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. "I find myself once again marveling at your propensity for being present during extraordinary events at Hogwarts." "Fortunate coincidence, Headmaster," Wednesday replied blandly. "Indeed," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Just as it was fortunate coincidence that you happened to discover Tom Riddle's diary possessing Miss Weasley, created a sophisticated magical containment system beyond Newt level, and performed an ancient soul extraction ritual that most qualified wizards wouldn't attempt." Wednesday met his gaze steadily. "The Addams family has always had an affinity for unusual magic. So I'm beginning to appreciate," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Professor Snape informs me that the danger to Miss Weasley has been fully neutralized. He was quite impressed with the thoroughness of your approach." Snape's expression soured slightly at having his assessment revealed, but he offered a curt nod of confirmation. "What remains unclear," Dumbledore continued, "is exactly how you became aware of Miss Weasley's condition when trained healers at St. Mungo's failed to properly diagnose it." "Different perspectives yield different insights," Wednesday replied. "The healers were looking for conventional magical damage. We recognized the specific patterns of Riddle's influence from our previous encounter." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "And the chamber? You returned there despite the considerable risks?" "It seemed the appropriate location for the confrontation. Symmetry has power in ritual magic." "And your friend assisted you again?" Wednesday knew he meant Kairos. "Yes. His contribution was essential to destroying the diary completely." A silence fell as Dumbledore studied her thoughtfully. "You continue to surprise me, Miss Addams. Few adults would have had the knowledge, courage, or magical ability to accomplish what you and your friends have done. Fewer still would have recognized the humanity in a creature most would consider simply a monster. The Addams family has always seen beyond conventional categories of monster and human," Wednesday stated simply. "So I'm learning," Dumbledore smiled. "Which brings us to the question of how we proceed from here. Miss Weasley's recovery must be explained, the events documented for certain necessary parties, and decisions made about ongoing arrangements." "By ongoing arrangements, you mean Kairos," Wednesday surmised. "Indeed. While I have honored our previous agreement regarding the Basilisk's continued residence beneath Hogwarts, these new developments require reconsideration." Wednesday tensed slightly, prepared to defend Kairos's right to remain in what had been his home for a millennium. Before she could speak, however, Snape unexpectedly intervened. "Headmaster, if I may," he said silkily. "Miss Addams's research with basilisk derivatives has shown remarkable promise. The neutralizing agent we've developed could save lives if properly refined and distributed. This work cannot continue without the source material." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "A practical consideration, Severus. Though I suspect your interest extends beyond mere potion ingredients." Snape's expression remained impassive. "The academic value of studying such a creature under controlled circumstances cannot be overstated." "And your opinion, Miss Addams?" Dumbledore turned back to Wednesday. "What future do you envision for your unusual friend?" Wednesday considered carefully before answering. "Kairos has existed beneath Hogwarts for centuries, largely without incident. The problems arose only when he was controlled against his will. Now that Riddle's influence has been removed, he poses no more inherent danger than any other powerful magical being, including many who teach at this school." Dumbledore chuckled softly at this pointed observation. "A fair assessment. And what would you propose as a framework for this continued arrangement?" "Formal recognition of Kairos as a sentient being with rights and agency," Wednesday stated firmly. Protected status within Hogwarts, with the chamber designated as a sanctuary. Continued research access for approved projects, with Kairos's consent. And eventually, when the wizarding world is ready, acknowledgement of his existence and a reconsideration of how we classify magical beings based on fear rather than understanding. It was a bold proposal, essentially a complete revision of how the wizarding world approached monster classification. Dumbledore sat back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Ambitious, he noted. Revolutionary, even. The Ministry would never approve such measures at present. The Ministry need not know every detail of Hogwarts operations, Wednesday countered. As you've frequently demonstrated, Headmaster. Another soft chuckle. Indeed. Very well, Miss Addams. I propose a compromise. Kairos may remain as you've suggested, with the chamber designated as a protected sanctuary. Research may continue under Professor Snape's supervision. As for the longer-term goals of reclassification and recognition, those are worthy aspirations that will require time and careful groundwork. Acceptable, Wednesday nodded. With one addition, Luna Lovegood and Hermione Granger maintain their access privileges to the chamber. They've earned Kairos's trust and respect. Agreed, Dumbledore smiled. Though I suspect Miss Granger would have found her way there regardless of formal permission. Her determination rivals your own, albeit expressed differently. With the immediate concerns resolved, Wednesday left the headmaster's office with a sense of qualified victory. Kairos was safe, his position at Hogwarts more secure than ever before. The groundwork had been laid for broader changes in how magical creatures were understood and classified. And perhaps most significantly, Riddle's direct influence had been removed from Hogwarts once more. As she made her way back to the Slytherin dormitories, Wednesday reflected on Riddle's final words, his claim of other anchors, other pieces. If true, it suggested that their confrontation with Voldemort's legacy was far from over. The diary had been just one fragment of a soul apparently split multiple times. And Addams would consider this a promising development rather than a discouragement. After all, family tradition held that the most interesting problems were those complex enough to span generations. In the hospital wing, Ginny Weasley slept peacefully for the first time in weeks, her mind fully her own again. The official explanation for her condition, a rare magical backlash from improper treatment at St. Mungo's, now corrected through specialized intervention, satisfied most questioners. Her brothers remained somewhat suspicious, particularly the twins, but respected her evident recovery enough not to press for details she seemed reluctant to provide. Luna returned to her usual dreamy observations of the world, though with a new focus on documenting magical creature intelligence for eventual publication in the Quibbler. Her father enthusiastically supported this project, allocating an entire section of the magazine to misunderstood magical minds. Hermione, predictably, channeled her experiences into academic pursuit, creating a comprehensive research program on magical possession countermeasures that would eventually form the foundation for her career in magical law reform. As for Wednesday, she continued her regular visits to Kairos, their bond strengthened by the trials they'd overcome together. The Basilisk's knowledge of ancient magic provided insights into countering the soul-splitting techniques Voldemort had employed, knowledge that would prove crucial in years to come. When the Triwizard Tournament officially began with the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations, Wednesday watched the proceedings with detached interest. The selection of Harry Potter as an unexpected fourth champion created the usual chaos that seemed to follow the boy who lived, but her attention was focused elsewhere, on preparations for what she now recognized as an inevitable future confrontation with whatever remained of Voldemort. The pieces are moving, she observed to Kairos during one of their evening conversations. Potter's selection wasn't random. Someone wants him in this tournament for a specific purpose. The heir's influence extends beyond his direct presence, Kairos agreed. Like ripples in water, disturbing the surface far from where the stone was cast. We should prepare, Wednesday decided. If Riddle was correct about having other soul anchors, the conflict will escalate beyond Hogwarts eventually. And you will face it when it comes, Kairos noted. It wasn't a question. "And Addams never backs down from worthy opposition," Wednesday replied simply. "Besides, we have advantages Voldemort doesn't understand, perspectives he can't conceive, allies he dismisses as monsters, and magic he's too arrogant to study." The basilisk's tongue flicked out in what Wednesday had come to recognize as his version of amusement. The little speaker has grown into a formidable champion. "Not just your champion," Wednesday corrected. "A champion for all those misclassified as monsters by those who fear what they don't understand." As winter settled over Hogwarts and the Triwizard Tournament progressed through its increasingly dangerous tasks, Wednesday continued her preparations. She corresponded regularly with her family, who provided rare texts and artifacts from the Addams collection. She expanded her research with Snape, developing more sophisticated protective potions and countermeasures. She trained with Luna and Hermione in specialized defensive magic that combined conventional techniques with the ancient approaches Kairos remembered. The wizarding world remained largely unaware of these activities, focusing instead on tournament drama, political maneuvering, and the latest scandals reported by Rita Skeeter. Few noticed the quiet revolution beginning in how certain Hogwarts students approached magical creatures, or the subtle shifts in curriculum that Dumbledore implemented following his agreement with Wednesday. Fewer still recognized the significance when, during a Care of Magical Creatures class, Hagrid mentioned offhandedly that, "Not all dangerous creatures are really dangerous if ye bother to understand them proper," and received thoughtful nods from several students who would once have scoffed. Change happens slowly, then suddenly. Revolutions begin not with dramatic proclamations but with shifted perspectives that gradually become common wisdom. Wednesday Addams had no illusion that the wizarding world would quickly abandon centuries of fear-based classification, but she had initiated the process, a process that would continue through the coming conflicts and beyond. On the final day of term, as students prepared to depart for summer holidays, Wednesday made one last visit to the chamber. Kairos was waiting in the main hall, his massive form illuminated by the magical lights they'd installed throughout the sanctuary. "You return to your family tomorrow," he observed. "The castle will be quieter without your presence." "Luna will visit regularly," Wednesday assured him. "And I've arranged for specific research projects that require my presence here periodically throughout the summer." "Always planning," Kairos noted with approval. "A quality Salazar would have appreciated." "Speaking of Salazar," Wednesday transitioned, "I've been translating more of his personal journals from the chamber archives. His original vision for Hogwarts was more complex than history records. History simplifies to create heroes and villains," Kairos repeated his earlier wisdom. "Salazar was neither wholly right nor wholly wrong, merely a man of his time with both vision and blindness." "Like Riddle," Wednesday observed. "Though Riddle chose to amplify the blindness rather than the vision. A choice that diminished him," Kairos agreed. "Power sought for its own sake becomes emptiness. Purpose without connection leads to isolation." "Philosophical for a mere monster," Wednesday noted with the barest hint of a smile. "Perhaps that is why the heir failed to maintain control," Kairos mused. "He saw only the weapon, never the mind wielding it." As Wednesday prepared to leave, Kairos extended a final observation: "The coming conflict will test many assumptions. Old certainties will falter. In such times, those who see clearly, beyond labels of dark and light, monster and human, will navigate paths others cannot perceive." An Addams tradition, Wednesday acknowledged. "Finding opportunity in chaos, possibility in darkness." "Indeed," Kairos agreed. "Until autumn, then, champion of serpents." "Until autumn," Wednesday confirmed, guardian of secrets. She ascended from the chamber for the final time that term, emerging into a castle preparing for summer quiet. The Triwizard Tournament had concluded in tragedy, Cedric Diggory's death and Harry Potter's claim of Voldemort's return creating turmoil and division rather than the international cooperation Dumbledore had hoped for. The Ministry denied everything, the Daily Prophet questioned Potter's sanity, and most students departed in confusion, unsure what to believe. Wednesday, however, recognized the pattern unfolding exactly as expected, the first public moves in a conflict that had been building beneath the surface for years. On the Hogwarts Express heading home, she sat with Luna and Hermione as usual, their compartment a rare island of clear-eyed understanding in a sea of denial and speculation. "It's beginning properly now," Hermione said quietly, glancing at the Daily Prophet headline questioning Potter's account of the graveyard incident. "Everything that happened with Ginny and the diary was just prelude. The Nargles are migrating to defensive positions," Luna observed, her dreamy tone belying the seriousness of her metaphorical warning. "They always know when magical war is coming." "We're prepared," Wednesday stated simply. "Or preparing, at least. Better positioned than most." As the train steamed toward London and the uncertainty of the summer ahead, Wednesday reflected on how significantly her life had diverged from its expected course when she first received her Hogwarts letter. She had anticipated a conventional magical education, perhaps with additional opportunities to study dark arts and dangerous creatures. Instead, she had discovered an ancient basilisk beneath the school, thwarted a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard of the era, established revolutionary principles for magical creature classification, and positioned herself as a unique player in the coming conflict, neither aligned with Dumbledore's light-focused approach nor susceptible to Voldemort's darkness. The Addams family had always existed in liminal spaces, between worlds, between conventional morality, between what others labeled good and evil. Wednesday had continued that tradition at Hogwarts, creating her own path through the complexities of wizarding politics and prejudice. As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, she spotted her family waiting on the platform, Gomez juggling what appeared to be smoking orbs, Morticia elegant in flowing black despite the summer heat, Pugsley attempting to attach something suspicious to the underside of the train. "Your family certainly makes an impression," Hermione observed, watching as Uncle Fester accidentally shocked a passing porter with his peculiar electrical abilities. "They understand the value of clear self-presentation," Wednesday replied. "No pretense, no conformity. A philosophy more should adopt," Luna said approvingly. "The world would be more honest, if stranger." "Stranger is better," Wednesday stated with conviction. "Normal is an illusion. What is normal for the spider is chaos for the fly." With that characteristically Addams perspective, she bid farewell to her friends and stepped onto the platform to rejoin her family. The wizarding world might be entering its darkest period in decades, but Wednesday Addams had never feared the dark. After all, darkness was where the most interesting things grew, including, as Hogwarts had taught her, the most unexpected friendships and the most revolutionary ideas. Kairos would be waiting when she returned. The Chamber of Secrets would continue its transformation from hidden weapon to protected sanctuary. And whatever fragments of Voldemort remained in the world would eventually discover what the Basilisk already knew, that in Wednesday Addams, they faced not just an opponent but a fundamental challenge to their understanding of power itself. Some would call it destiny. Wednesday would call it simple cause and effect. Either way, the girl who loved death had found her purpose as the Serpent's champion, and the wizarding world would never be quite the same again. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.